Mm-hmm. Post in there. I can post in the chat section in YouTube, but yeah, not a lot more I can do, guys. Sorry. So maybe just come into the main room. Anybody who's normally in YouTube, I do apologize, but I'm really don't know what else I can do. And as Pepe says, maybe it's a YouTube issue. It's okay now? Yay. Okay. Well, good. Okay. Let's try to get. Okay. I want to find out if there's anything else happening here that just popped in here. So I do see you guys talking a little bit about the NBY. Yeah, I mean, NBY has been all over the place. But yeah, massive move here. 4 million in the float. Announces an agreement with BioStem Technologies. Okay, so there is some news with this company, NBY. AZN. News looks good, but stock is not doing well. What's happening here? Hmm. By nearly 9 months. So extended progression-free survival by nearly 9 months. Maybe they're expecting longer. I mean, who knows, real? You know how these things work. Yeah, on the surface, it looks really good, but okay, guys. Well, listen, I don't think I have time to look at the upgrades and downgrades. I mean, the big one really is Tesla, upgraded by Morgan Stanley with a $400 price target on it. Okay, $400 price target. And even our trade of the week, ENVX, with a $28 price target on it, and the stock is at around 15 right now. So I'm actually interested in this one. I want to see how it starts trading. 15 is a big level for it to try to take out. The next high looking left, I think it's last week, 1480 was the high. So there was a high right here of 1503, and then after that, 1570. Okay, 1503 on the daily chart, and then after that, 1570. So this could be really interesting, especially with that upgrade by $28 price target by Cantor Fitzgerald. Okay, let's take a look at the sectors. I mean, again, we're in for a big positive open. All right. So what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors, XLE, the major ETF for energy, 100%. What does that mean? 100% in green. That means that 100% of the stocks that make up XLE are up from Friday's close. Okay. That's what that means. So when you look at all the other sectors, again, because we're in for this big positive open, they're all at least 50%, at least, and some of them are a lot more. Look at communications, even 100%, techs at 93%, etc. Okay, guys. So, okay, thank you, Pioneer. So, and Casa. So, you guys can hear me now in YouTube. Interesting. Now, Casa mentioned SLE. So, SLE did a 1 for 20 reverse split. So, it's a new symbol also. So, SLE, it's not an IPO. So, we'll see what happens with this one. I don't know what the symbol was before. Super League Gaming now. But so SLE did a 1 for 20 reverse split. I checked the float. It looks like now I don't know if this is pre-reverse split. If it is, if it isn't, the most it's going to be is 2.8 million in the float for SLE. Now, if that has not yet been split adjusted, divide that by 20, so it's going to be a crazier low float. Sigma continues. Now, was Sigma an all-time low, SGMA? No, it's even lower than that. Okay, so Sigma is not an all-time low, but look at the weekly chart. 324 is the low on the weekly chart. The 200-day moving average is at 408, so that could stop the descent. I have Mara thumbnailed, M-A-R-A. I have it thumbnailed. I notice it's moving down. I'm looking at the price of crypto price, looks like, or Bitcoin looks like it's a little bit weak. Now, can this hold? I mean, this is such a big area for Mara to try to hold, M-A-R-A. Certainly the $10 level would be a big one. DraftKings, let's take a, yeah, DraftKings. There's a lot of betting on the weekend with the NFL starting. Well, Sean, okay, the question in our YouTube room regarding ENVX. Technically, I think you're supposed to wait for the market to open, okay? I mean, it's up to you, of course. There's not much volume yet. So I think technically for it to trigger, it has to trigger market open. So if it's over 1490 or 1480 when the market opens, it looks like it's going to be, okay? But this looks interesting. I mean, even I don't often look at the trades of the week that much because usually they're longer term holds. And but this one has, I mean, it gets through that 1508, or sorry, 1503, excuse me, 1503 in the daily chart. The next high is 1570. So, I mean, for the purposes of evaluating, of course, you can take the trade of the week anytime you want. You want to take it in the pre-market, fine, that's up to you. But technically, what the email set will always say is that you wait for the market to open, but completely up to you. And the reason for that is that in the pre-market, this is not traded very much. You could have had a big spike up, a big spike up, and then a bottom, big topping tail, and then it comes right back down. So that's why Steve says, wait for the market to open. And if it triggers when the market opens, then always up to you if you're going to take the trade. But that would be I guess what I'm going to say, that's the official trigger. How I end up doing on that news that hit just a bit ago. Yeah, look at this. Ugly. Yeah, let's see. Maybe somebody came out and said, you know what, not good enough. I don't know. You're right though. It looks good. It's phase two. It's a phase two, or sorry, Flora two, and a phase One do two. I don't know how to read that. I don't know how to read that. Capital I, couple of lowercase i's. I don't know how to read that. Phase one slash two trial. I don't know. Maybe that's the reason. I don't know. Real. Anyway, we're almost open, guys. Less than a minute. 20 seconds for the open. Let's have a great start to this trading week. I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes, but I'll let things settle down a little bit before I start looking seriously. And we are now open. So there's the CRNX. Okay, now it's a market high, but pre-market high, market hour high, I guess we'll call it. Pre-market high, those 29.18. This is shortable also for me at Interactive Broker, 600,000 shares. Just checking, not saying I want to short it, but big surge in the market. Look at this. LAC, I don't know, real mention this one, LAC. So LAC coming into 1889 is the next high looking left for LAC on the daily chart. Bowl, BOWL. See, what is this one doing and why? Any reason for this one? 1125. Don't see any news on this one. Now, I remember this one. This is a crazy. I remember this one because I think wasn't this an all-time high up here? 17, I think this was an all-time high not that long ago, and then it just crashed. This is BOWL. I may be wrong. So I think this is a tough intraday trader, but for whatever reason, it is moving. I don't know if this an AI play? Nope. Now, I guess in theory, well, not in theory, ENVX did actually trigger, okay? But, that's one reason why I don't like to trade in the first 15 minutes. So it did officially trigger because at 9:30, it did hit over 1480. But I would always wait. I mean, I don't think there's any, these are designed for longer term holds. But anyway, it's up to you. All right, so this one is now at that 1889. The next high looking left is 1916 for LAC. I might really struggle to get through that whole number, initially anyway. All right, how is Tesla doing? I'm going to type in the TSLL and see how it opened. TSLL, a little bit of a pullback for TSLL. DAR, DAR, Darling Ingredients. So this is maybe interesting. I mean, it's through the 200-day moving average, 62.86. So it's through the 200-day moving average. See if there's any news in this one. Don't see any specific news on DAR. Certainly not an earnings play. 64.11 looks like the next high is looking left. CRNX making new highs, not pre-market highs, but new market highs. CRNX. And the pre-market high was way up here at 29.22. Now look at ENVX right back up, guys. So there's a big bottoming tail now. What's the volume like for ENVX? Pretty good volume, 289,000 to start. Only 5 minutes in, 3.5 times normal volume. But for me, I would personally, I would wait for a 15:03 break. Personally, RTX guys, RTX, big gap down here. Look at this on the daily chart. So it had a big gap down a few weeks ago, and now this is continuing down. I don't see any specific news. Potential recovery. I don't see. Okay. There's something. I don't know what this all means, but GTF powder metal problem will have a significant impact on customers. I don't know what that acronym is for, GTF, but at any rate, it's not good. Not good for RTX. CRNX continues to make new highs here. It did show up in my 10-day daily breakdown, but again, I'm just a little conservative. Okay, so ENVX triggered and then it came right back down. So I'm going to re-input my alert. And it is early. It is very early. I don't like taking anything in the first 15 minutes anyway, but PSTV. Now, this is the one that had this deal with BIOC. And I was going to mention this one, but I mean, this just looked awful on Friday. Popped all the way up to 323, closed way down here, trying to have a bit of a bounce for PSTV. Well, looks like the CRNX is going to leave me behind here. Hmm. Okay, I'm watching. Well, this AMTX. Well, I don't know. It might be interesting, but it's kind of 558 is sort of a resistance area. If it can take that out, then the next highs are around 6, and then after that 663. So don't know what. Don't see any specific news on this one. Interestingly, I did see some shares finally became available to short VFS at Interactive Brokers. And as somebody asked the other day about, there's an insane buy rate, 947%. And so that might be dissuading some from shorting it. But there are 126,000 shares at Interactive Brokers. Yeah, actually, CRNX now is at the pre-market highs. Yes, at least it was. Pre-market high was 29.20. So now it's dropped $1 off that. So this does say a late stage trial, okay, for this Crinetics, and that is CRNX. All right, NBY now is resumed after the halt. Look at the volume, 29 million, 15, 1,500 times normal. When Mara is looks like it's really trying to test that 10 level, MARA. Interesting, Doc. All right, FUTU is on the move here. Had a huge run in the last couple of days, Thursday and Friday, kind of a bit of a sell-off. China stock, of course. The next high looking left for FUTU is 61.88. Probably a little too close for $60 stock. Not a lot of room. Take a look at what China is doing overall. KWEB, take a look at China. KWEB. So China is, mildly positive today. All right, Sigma SGMA is now making a new low here. Broke down through 4. This is this is an earnings play actually. They might have released earning or early. We have here September 13th, but it appears that this is an earnings play. I don't think this slide pre-market after downbeat earnings report. Yeah, so this is not preliminary, this is it. Yeah, look at Devon, DVN. Boy, this is a big area. 5175 DVN. 5175. If that doesn't hold it, then the next low looking left is down here about $1 below for DVN. Take a look at XLE because there might be some weakness in energy plays right now. XLE, not really. Well, kind of. I mean, there's a bit of a topping tail here, but it's not like it's energy plays have really given them up, or most of them have not given them up. Yeah, this RTX is weak. Couldn't see any something to do with some acronym that I wasn't P&W engine issues to limit capacity. Okay, MYO. I had this for some reason. I had a price alert for MYO. Must have said it a while back. Okay, MYO. Now the next high looking left is 145. That's why I said it, I guess. 145 on the daily chart for on the weekly chart for MYO. Give me one moment, please. All right, FNGR. FNGR. This is wow, what an active one. This has been 428 to $7 in about 3 weeks for FNGR. Maybe coming into a big resistance area around a little over 7 for FNGR. All right, so this NBY is reversing now. Glad I didn't look at that one. Yeah, Bull's coming right into, look what it did though. I mean, it got right into that next high looking left and stopped for a while anyway. The next high looking left was 1161. You can see, and the high today is 1159. So almost to the penny. If it can, if it can take that out, oh, that's really why I don't like trading in the first 15 minutes. So ENVX, look at this. Well, I still have my alert set for 1502 or 3. Let's see if it happens later on. Wow, what a spike. Yeah, on that news. Thank you, Liam, regarding Hawaiian Electric, HE. Yeah. Okay. So you guys were talking about ACB. All right. How's MSOS doing? I'm sure it's doing spectacularly well this morning, or at least continuing. So the high on Friday was our 906. If you take out 906, the next high is 1030 on the weekly chart. Yeah, Docu's got a little bit of room underneath, guys. Not a lot though. 49 looks like 49 could hold it. EOCU. So as always, what I'm really looking for is something that has a. When I look left, I want a short, a lot of room underneath to the next high and low. If I want to go long, I want to see a lot of room to the next high. Not seeing anything yet that's really. Now here's VFF. This is a cannabis play. I think. Yeah, of course it is. So this is a cheap cannabis play also through the 200-day moving average, or right at the 200-day moving average. Basically a $1 stock now. Mamma Mia, MAMA. What do these guys do? Mama's Creations. Hmm. This is an all-time high, guys. I don't recall this one at all. I don't recall. It looks like this either an IPO, symbol name change, SPAC, but this is basically an all-time high, and they have earnings tomorrow after the market. And $8 price target put on them by Craig Hallam. Okay. Mama's Creations. Well, I'm not going to get too stereotypical, but meatballs. All right, so meatballs, guys. You like meatballs and buy Mama's. 440. So it's at that high right there. The high of 2 weeks ago was 440. Relative volume is 10 for Mama, MAMA. All right, so Grom is a reversal, a reversal. So it's above Friday's high. Or sorry, yes, Friday's high. Big down day on Friday. Look at what it got to on Thursday. On Thursday, it got up to $9, closed on Friday at 2. So be careful. Well, again, guys, I look at CLNE and just not enough room when I look left for me to take this one. Have to keep an eye on Mama. All right, well, Grom's got room. Obviously, it's got room. I mean, the next high looking left is $9 approximately for GROM. Hopefully, nobody got roped into this NBY, guys. This NBY is now giving up big. Boy, RTX continues down here, guys. RTX. $3 billion settlement, $3 billion hit in Q3 from Pratt and Whitney GTF engine issues. Okay. Here's another one on the way down here, guys. CXM, but again, 1539, 1540. That's the next low looking left. I mean, if it were down around 15, I'd be way more inclined to take a look at it, the CXM. But I just think that it's very possible that that will stall it. See how Tesla is doing, TSL. So there's a new high. Okay, so again, if you don't want to spend like a lot of money to buy Tesla, terms of a share price, you can always buy this one, TSLL. A little bit more bang for the buck in terms of it's 1.5 times. It's an ETF specifically for Tesla. And the pre-market high was up here. So I mean, you look left, I mean, could be a lot of resistance not that far away. But again, Morgan Stanley has put in a very aggressive price target for Tesla at $400, and what Tesla is sitting right around 280 or so, or 260. Let's take a look at the actual share for Tesla, share price for Tesla. So 265. So Morgan Stanley has put a $400 price target on them, which would be probably an all-time high. All to do with this dojo. You have to read about it. Now look at Mara now, guys. MARA, right at $10 now. MARA right at $10. I mean, that's a big, big area for it to try to take out. Bitcoin's down a bit, but I think Mara, of course, had a financing, I believe, financing news on Friday that kicked it down. All right, well, this one's got a little bit of room. ARWR. ARWR, the next low looking left is around 28.77, 28.80. So that's got about, what, 76 cents. Not too bad. Not very much volume though, 129,000, 3 times normal, but that is weakening stock right now. But again, the volume isn't great. Boy, who's NBY? All right, ASLE guys. This is, come on, single stock window. Okay, through the 200-day moving average, 1605. So it's well through that now. ASLE. Not a lot of volume though, 152,000, not a lot of volume. And looking left, yeah, looks like 17 is a lot of resistance for ASLE. This is obviously a buyout. Yeah, $1.2 billion buyout. And that's the AVTA. Yeah, look at bull now, guys. So that high looking left really stalled it. Okay, came within 2 cents of that high, and now it has dropped about 40 cents. BOWL. Memers beware. GME. GME. Low on Friday was 1731. 1727. If it takes that out, look out below 1641 for GME. Nothing right now. What is bullish about Ian? Well, it's a trade of the week. Okay. Okay. I mean, that's why I don't often take the trades of the week. They're not usually not my style. But when I looked at this, I thought, okay, very interesting. 1503 is that what would be something I'd be interested in. But then also, this Cantor Fitzgerald put a $28 price target on it. So that's, so there is some news around this one, ENVX. That's all. Right, there's your answer, real around for AZN. Some guy might be leaving. I guess he's relatively important, and that's for the AZN. I don't see the headline on it, but I just heard something about it. William may have heard it. Did you hear that AZN news, William? AZN News. Okay. Yeah. Thank you, Rob. That's it. CEO may leave early. I think you said November. I think it said November. So with yeah, with MSOS running high and now Twinkies being bought out. Not saying there's any correlation, but it is amusing. And see, I love this name. Noko Noko. Noko Noko. I remember Mr. Moto, but I don't know Moto Moto. Okay, wow. I mean, this yeah, big spike for Disney. Yeah, look at this. Big spike for Disney, guys. DIS. Next high looking left is almost 85. So there is some room. Don't know what the spike is. I don't know what the reason for the spike is, but definitely a nice spike for Disney, DIS. Yeah, Charter dropping cable TV would. Rats. I forgot to keep looking at SLE. This is actually I mean, crazy speculative, but so again, guys, be careful on this one. This is a 1 for 20 reverse split today. Symbol name change. This is not an IPO, but look at it go. SLE. Yeah, I think that was the news, Disney and Charter. I thought it was Amazon, Taurus, but I may be wrong. I thought it was Amazon and Disney, but maybe Apple also. I mean, it would surprise me if Apple, if Amazon's interested, then Mara, guys, Mara, right at $10. Boy, this is weakening. MARA. Look at Mara. How's Riot doing? I mean, Mara's suffering from the financing. I don't know if Riot is, well, Riot's not doing that well either. Looks like the Bitcoin plays are, I mean, I 40,000. I remember 41 or 42,000. Now at about 25,000 for Bitcoin. So Bitcoin plays in disfavor right now. IHS is an all-time low. IHS is an all-time low. Moving down here is out of the UK. But IHS is an all-time low right now. Let's see if there's any specific news on it. So so CASA, okay, so CASA, I think is saying that MMMB turned into Mama. Mama Mancini's buys remaining stake in Chef Inspirational Foods. Mama Mancini, and that's his corporate name changed to Mama's Creations, and ticker changed to Mama. Okay, thank you. So I wonder what the high was when it was at triple MB. I'm wondering if that is reflected in that lifetime high. I don't know. Wait, DocU is weakening and weakening and weakening, guys. DOCU. Here's another one, probably. No, not an all-time low. WHLR. Remember this one on Thursday? Big pop up, almost to 10, closes at 6, closes at 4, and sinking again. Ugh, look at Bull. I remember this one doing exactly the same thing. One day, I think it was back here. I think it was almost an all-time high, and then it just absolutely cratered. Darn. Shares available too to short Interactive Brokers. Oh man, I wish I shorted this one. BOWL. I trusted my instincts when I got right to that high there. Well, ugh, guys, I'm sorry. I'm just not seeing what I want to see. A stock that has a lot of room, either looking left or right. I mean, I suppose this has some room. LTRX 568. Just a minute, please. Well, guys, again, I'm highly selective, as most of you know, and I'm just not seeing anything I really love. I don't want to take something just out of boredom. SSP looking left, 663. Yeah. I mean, if I saw this one, SSP, and the next highs were up here at 783, yeah, all over it. All right. Well, this has got a little bit of room. GEHC. I mean, it was hammered down for about 4 days. 4 days. The next high looking left is 68.40. So it's about what, $1.40 away. So it's got a little bit of room. GEHC. What's the spread like? Not terrible. 66.85. In fact, pretty good. 66.85, 66.89. Pretty good. But the market, the market is certainly doesn't have to be moving higher to take these, but don't want it to be moving lower, in my opinion. Smith and Wesson, which had earnings, I believe, on either Thursday or Friday, SWBI, yeah, had earnings on Friday. Very mixed reaction. Wow, there's the cannabis CGC. So that's a big move now off a dollar, a 20% move. Now, this one is coming into on the daily chart, weekly chart, 126, and it looks like there's a lot of resistance around 135. Could be wrong, but all right, guys. OFC looks interesting. OFC underneath the whole number 25, big level, of course. 24 got about 50 cents down to that next low looking left. OFC. That was the low last week. Actually, the low last week. Actually, if you look at the low last week, it's even better. which was the low. That was Friday. So that was Thursday's low. OFC. I mentioned Dawn a little earlier. This looks like it's the next high looking left for Dawn is 16. Is that right? 16 on the daily on the weekly chart for Dawn, DAWN. Okay, guys. Well, okay, the market's putting in a green bar now. Okay, that SLE, choppy as anything, but moving. SLE moving. Pre-market high was wow, 1351. Hmm. Oh boy, I tell you, I mean, this is super risky, of course. They did a reverse split today, 1 for 20 reverse split. I think when I checked another website, I found 2.8 million. I'm not sure if that is 2.8 million, which is reflective of today's reverse split also. All right, I'm going to put an alert at 6:40 just for fun. See if it takes it out later on. Kind of too fast. And the only reason I'm is because of what I did in the pre-market, got up to 1350. Okay, guys, I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. And Mama, let's take a look at Mama now. Mama sort of triggered. It's not very dynamic though, is it? I mean, it's just sort of hanging around this 440 mark. MAMA. So Mara held that 10, guys. I did not take it, but Mara held the 10 so far. MARA. Smith and Wesson, SWBI at 12 now. Oh, look at Boyle. Wow. I mean, it's 1026 bounces 60 cents. Oh, hey, Kappa's got a little bit of room. CABA, actually, it's got some room, guys. CABA. Looking left, the next high is 16. Yeah, so it's got some room. Kappa's got some room over the whole number, 15. And let's see if there's any. What's the volume like? A little bit light, 288,000. I mean, the relative volume is fine, 3.8 million. Sorry, 3.8 times or 3.9 times normal now. Mm. Yes, SLE. Yes, 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 yes. It's definitely a halt risk. And oh, it needs one more pop. Well, maybe it's not going to get it. All traders are looking at, guys, is this high in the pre-market of on 1350, 1343 to be exact. SLE. I had my trigger set up here at around 640. Titan, haven't seen this one for a while. TTI, or Tetra, sorry, Tetra. Um, 2-year high now for Tetra. If there's any news on this one, I don't see any news on this one. The TTI. Man, what a disaster this. I hope nobody is still in this or took this and wandered away for a bit. NBY. Well, I was sort of interested in shorting this OFC, but it's just not really moving. Well, now, yeah, it got halted, but on the way down, SLE, it's got halted on the way down. Okay, guys, maybe Guild on a short. The high, it got up to 77 a couple of times, and 77.24. This area there looks like it's pretty decent resistance. So it tried 77 a couple of times. I mean, it's not my favorite, but at least this might be give us something. Okay, guys, I'm trying it. I'm trying a short on the Guild, the GILD 76.81. A whole number stop on it. So Yeah, this is just shorting a top. Okay, that's all I'm trying to do right now. Is yeah, there's good news. I do see the news, but I guess I'm just trying to play what the charts are kind of telling me that 77 is a pretty decent resistance. I mean, I listen. I mean, it doesn't. I've got a very tight stop. It's into the 90s. I'm out. Look at this market. Wow, another schizo day, guys. 30 minutes down, 45 minutes down, then a giant green candle kind of wiping all that out, and now a giant red candle wiping out the green candle. RTX right now still weakening. RTX still weakening underneath the whole number 78. Yeah, watching this now, I might exit my short. I mean, I'm just like this one though. RTX underneath. I wish I got a little bit earlier, but like it underneath this whole number. I don't know where the next low is looking left on the weekly chart. Let's take a look at a monthly chart for RTX to see where could it keep going before it hits that next low. Looks like 76.49. Not that far away, really, but $1.40 away on the monthly chart anyway. Yeah, ENVX is coming back, but I'm kind of holding out for a 15. If I'm going to take this one, it'll have to break over 1503 or so. And that's the next high looking left on our daily chart. I see SLE open. Yeah, look at GME. GME making another new low, guys. GME making a low. I'm boy, I mean, this is getting 1648 is the next low looking left on the daily chart. Well, it depends what you mean by um, query and technical scanner. I mean, you're in a trade ideas trading room, so most of us have trade idea. Okay, I'm out of the guild, guys. When you say query RSI, EMA, you mean what those values are? Well, I mean, you're in a trade ideas trading room, and we're using a program called Trade Ideas, so we can tell what the RSI is and things like that. So Mentioned this AMTX a little bit earlier. AMTX. Now this has got a little bit of room to $6. Yes. I'm still more stunned that CGC was at 30 cents not that long ago. 39 cents, 37 cents a couple of weeks ago. Not shortable anymore at Interactive Brokers. It's a big float also. So that's a massive move, 43% with that float, 539 million. You don't often see that, guys, with that sort of a float, that a stock is moving 43%. How's Tilray doing? I really haven't seen Tilray come across any one of my scanners. It's got to be moving. See, that's a huge float too. But CGC certainly on a percentage basis is the one. One moment, please. All right, guys, I'm back. ATNM. Let's see, ATNM. Is there anything interesting with this one? Again, just kind of see all these little areas that could stall on the way up. Well, guys, I'm not feeling it today at all. I just don't. I'm not seeing a lot of stocks that are really, really are that interesting. I take the Guild just because, underneath that whole number, tight stop didn't work. I'm going to know pretty soon, but not really seeing anything that I love. Take a look at SN, see if it's moving. All right, the Shark Ninja. Okay, so this all-time high is up here at $52. So this is having a big day, obviously. The next high looking left is, so it's got some room. I mean, this has some room. No idea what the float is. Jeffries initiated coverage and a $67 price target, and that is for SN. All right. Well, at least there's something there. Problem is, I mean, you're in chase mode right now. Be great if it would just sort of base a bit, maybe underneath 40, get some volume and pop through 40 and continue. I mean, it's got the room. If there's any news on this one other than that. I guess it's just the Jeffries $67 price target. That has caused it. That's the reason, guys. There's no other reason that I can see for SN moving higher. So Jeffries is some clout today anyway with SN. Oof. Okay, guys. Wow, 10:47. Well, it's been I don't even know what sort of morning. I mean, it's been sort of fast, I guess, but I'm just not finding anything I love. I would love to see this SN maybe pull back just a little bit. Well, it's over 40 now. May not get my wish. There's no way I'm going to chase it now. I wonder if I had seen, I didn't have because I had to mess around with YouTube. I wonder if that one was one of the ones that was in an upgrade. Let's take a look. Yeah, wouldn't have seen it anyway. Okay. I'm just looking at the upgrades and downgrades. I would not have seen it anyway because it wasn't there. Well, let's see how well this holds over 40. I'm really interested in this one. I really want to see if it holds 40 well. And then even if 15 minutes at just over 40, and then it starts to move from here. It's still be in a bit of a chase mode, but at least there's some room looking left. And then with that price target of 67, it's from Max. It's nothing to do with trade ideas. So the question is, where do I see upgrades and downgrades? I mean, there have got to be lots and lots of sites out there, but I use briefing.com. Okay. And if you look at this one, this is the upgrades, but you'll see the downgrades. It's just a tab. It'll look like this. So there are the upgrades, here are the downgrades. Okay. But obviously, it's not an extensive list. I mean, when I say extensive, I mean it's not the entire list of every single stock that's had an upgrade or a downgrade. Witness SN, it wasn't on the list. Smith and Wesson, guys, that has been holding over 12 pretty nicely. SWBI and holding over 12 pretty nicely. Obviously, it's got a lot of room looking left, over a dollar. Okay, definitely interested in SN. The way it's holding, trying to hold 40. 39.99, 40.08 on the bid ask. Oh, there's the guild now. I guess was a little early. Should have waited closer to a 77, but I'm not in it. Okay, guys, I'll talk a little bit of what you'll find on my homepage, okay? As I'm kind of waiting on this SN to see if it gets back over 40 and really moves from there. Talking about the SN. Wow, old man is right. AMTX is on the move. Now, I sort of Yeah. So the next high, 605. I say, oh man, because that's my sound alert here. My sound is, oh man. All right. If you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to find. So if you want to take out a subscription right now, here's a promo code you can use, Mary15, to get 15% off the first month only. If you do want to have an annual, I can get you a better promo of 25%. You just have to let me know in the, just uh, type something out, say, hey, Barry, I'm interested in a 25%, and I'll see that you get it. If you do take out a subscription, you must do the get started. This will take you about 30 minutes to go through the 10 short videos. Your download and install for startup and login, introduction to scans, top lists, and alert windows. This is the first thing you should do. Okay. If you're new to trading, we have a course, free course, Trading 101. You can take a look at that. Stock of the day video that I do. I'm hard pressed to find another one today. It's free. Trade of the week is free. So the trade of the week is ENVX, and I see it's climbing back. It did trigger earlier at 1480. That was the now again, you trade it the way you want to, but that was the trigger point, 1480. So it has come back. Now, if you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. If you have Gmail, please check your promotions folder. Click here for the Trade Ideas education section. We've got a great user guide. There's that getting started again. More detail about what an alert window is, what a top list window is, what the stock racing is all about. Price alerts, so important in my opinion. I'll show you how I use them, how easy it is to use them. There's that getting started series again. Daily support. So I take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. One of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. Today is Monday, so almost for sure it'll be Chris Varley. Before I take my break, I will put the YouTube link in the main room so you can head over and listen to Chris for his hour. Now, if you're looking for my scans, so you've clicked on my homepage link and you want to find my scans, just scroll down a bit to that middle section, the scan section. And here are the scans that I'm sharing currently. So this is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market act is up and down. This is what kind of maybe sets the tone to watch the stocks that were obviously moving up and down in the pre-market and see if there's any follow through once the market opens. Pulse resumes is right over here. Abnormal option activity is up here, is right there. And there's the momentum scan. The pure momentum scan is right there, Momo. I have other scans that I'm sharing. So, as always, all I ask is this. If you decide that you want to take out a subscription sometime in the future, please use my promo code. So you can save my homepage link, click on it, and then get to my homepage. That's the promo code that is current today. Of course, it can change. We have holidays and special days where we have different promo codes, but the reason I ask is that this is a free room and the goal is to keep it a free room. Okay. And the way to do that is if you do finally take out a subscription, if you use my promo, then the company knows that the room is kind of working in terms of marketing tool. Obviously there's a cost associated with running the room. So that's all I ask. If you take out a subscription, just use my promo. Any scans for shorting? Well, I mean, the option activity, not seeing too many right now. I mean, the market is up, but the option activity scan, I mean, when you see something in brown, that is an opportunity perhaps to short. Nothing today. The only one was earlier today, DLRX. But I mean, there are lots of, excuse me, this is another one that I have. Again, not too many alerts, 10-day daily breakdown. So when I want to short, these are the two that I kind of focus on: the normal options activity scan, and then my 10-day daily breakdown. And of course, I mean, any one of these, I mean, if you think, that they're topping out, I mean, these are ripping higher, of course, all the time. And every time you see a stock here, that means it made a new high for the day. So when you click on it, so you look at this AMTX as an example. You might look at this and go, well, wait a minute, 605 is the high. We're at 587 now. I mean, this could easily stall right there. So as a potential short. I mean, it's depends on what sort of a trader you are, and obviously following a bit of the market. What is the market doing? I mean, Guild now turned into a great short. I was just a little early. On a day in which the market would be down a lot more, Amar, you would see in this option, abnormal option activity scanner, you would see a lot more in brown. Brown is a suggestion to go short. The light blue is a suggestion to go long. But as I just said, something could get pretty parabolic. You might say, well, okay, I might want to short it because it looks it looks pretty parabolic right now. Okay, guys. So all the scans that I'm sharing, if you want to see what they're doing, so for instance, the easiest one for me to show you is the momentum scan, MOMO, the Momo scan. So with any scan that we are sharing, and when I say sharing, if you click on new and you click on new and then dock channel bar, these are all theme-based channels with scans in them. Okay, but let's just take a look at this scan though called Momentum, Momo. So if I right click on it and click on configure and then summary. This is going to tell you what the scan is actually looking for. Okay. So there are a lot of screeners on the market. All right. But we are a real time scanner. We screen, obviously, but we're a real time scanner. There's not as many real time scanners. So this is the screening aspect. So in this particular scan, it's looking for stocks between $1 and $100. Current volume is at least three, meaning it's trading at least three times normal up to this time of day. Volume is 100,000. This is the momentum aspect of this scan. The volume in the last minute is 1,000% of normal. In 5 minutes, it's 500%, 400% of normal. So if all of these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, new intraday high, then we get a real-time alert. So at 6 seconds past 11 o'clock, well, right as we're speaking, AMTX just made a new high, 592. Pulled back a little bit, and it was 11:01 and 8 seconds. These are all real-time alerts. Well, okay. So the question for me in our YouTube room, Seraphin said, I took a little guild. How long would you stay in? Well, hard to answer that other than to say I would stay in as long as it's working. There's no time period. I mean, I don't put a time period on any of my anything I take as long as it's still working. So if I were still in this, I wouldn't be out of it. I'd be looking down here. The next low looking left on the 15-minute chart is 76.34. So but right now, so it's not a time period, Seraphin. I mean, if the trade is still working, you stay in it. I mean, right now it's making a bit of a bottoming tail. Depends where your stop was. Like how far away was your stop from your entry price? The reason I say that is that, then it's all about risk reward. And when I take a trade, my minimum has to be at least a 1 for 2. In other words, if I'm risking 20 cents on the trade, I have to be able to look at the chart and think, well, I have a realistic chance of making at least 40 cents on the trade. Otherwise, I'm not going to take it. Okay. If you have a 10-cent risk, then it has to be 20 cents for me. So I don't know where, I have no idea. So where was your stop, Seraphin? No, where was your stop? If you got in at 76.82, was your stop going to be the whole number? 18 cents away? I mean, like, where is your stop? Therefore, you had to have a reasonable expectation of making 36 cents on that trade if your stop is at $77, 18 cents away. That's how I trade anyway. So then what I would have been doing then. And I could have taken that trade because I would have looked at the 15. Well, I did take the trade, as you know. I would have looked at the chart and saying, okay, my next low on the 15, it's possible to get down there before it hits any sort of resistance. So obviously that's way more than 36 cents away. So when you say you didn't put one in, well, you don't have to, I'm not saying you have to put it in, but so what were you going to do? Where were we going to get out of the trade if it wasn't working for you, Seraphin? I'm talking to Seraphin in our YouTube room. So if you get in at 76.82, where would you got out of the trade if it wasn't working for you? Like you don't have to put in an auto stop, but I mean, even if it's a mental stop, that's not your stop, Seraphin. That's where you're short of that one. So that's where you're hoping it would get to on a profit point of view. But if you got into the trade at 76.82, let's say like, it broke through 77 and then 70, like where would you get out of the trade if it's not working for you? That's the important part. Money management, that's the absolute important part. Well, the VWAP is actually 76.15 for Guild. So I mean that's a potential target also. But I don't think you're understanding what I'm saying. I mean, if you, but this is generally, guys, okay, for everybody. When you take a trade, you have to have a price you're getting out of the trade if it's not working. You can't just assume every trade is going to work. So you always have to have what we call a stop. Where are you getting out of the trade if it's not working? I'm continuing. I'm continuing to watch this SN, guys. It's doing kind of what I was hoping it would do, kind of hang around the 40 mark. Okay. And let's see if it can lift from here now. Okay. Okay, Seraphin. So that look far be it for me to teach trading, but I mean, So what you're hoping for is that if you take a trade and it goes against you, you're just hoping that it'll come back later for you. Is that whether you're short or long? I mean, it's just not the way I trade. Okay. I mean, I always have a stop. I have a price I'm going to get out of the trade if it's not working, and that's it. I just move on. Yeah. So okay, well, that's a classic one. NBY. Well, I mean, you don't have to listen to me. You don't have to put stops in if you don't want to. But I just don't trade that way. It's that simple. So if I got into NBY at whatever point, I will have a stop, and it would never be down here. So what you're hoping for, and it could, don't get me wrong, it could come back, but I never trade that way because it could just as easily go right back down to 60 cents and sit there for, I mean, look what it was doing for the last few months. I mean, I hope for your sake it comes back for you, but it's just not the way I trade. Boy, look at GME and AMC, guys, the two meme stock kings, and just absolutely. I wonder if this is truly, truly, truly the end. I mean, AMC looks like a disaster. Remember, AMC. Don't let that share price fool you. That is now basically 72 cents. Okay, remember they did a 1 for 10 reverse split, and so to pump the share price up. So before that, that would be like a 72-cent stock right now. And that's fair enough, says Seraphin. When you say you're still learning, I mean, the only thing I ever really preach, if you will, is look, not every trade is going to work, and you should have a price you're going to get out of the trade if it's not working. You can always get back in again, if it sets up again the same way, perhaps. But instead of watching an NBY, I mean, look, it could come back. Don't get me wrong, it could come back, but boy, that's a big trade. That's a big sell off. I mean, I know it's hard, I mean, you get into a trade, you get all excited, you think it's, I mean, you see that NBY was up like a huge percentage. I think they might even had some news and all that. But, there's usually a reason why a stock is a sub $1 stock. All right, Ninja SN. I think this is going to go a little bit here, guys. Now it held that 40 level pretty decently. Citron does not normally go long. That's correct. Though, what was the stock that they got absolutely killed on? I think it might have been GME. when they were, shorting it and shorting it. And didn't they say at that point, we're never gonna short again? All right, ninja, acting like one. Okay, guys. So again, I was explaining what the difference is between a screener and a scanner. So with my scans that I'm sharing, and again, if you want to find out what they're looking for, this is what this scan is looking for. Now, if you looked at it and you said, "Well, I don't mind it, except I hate that price range, or I'd like to have a different price range, or something different in here," of course, you can change it. So, for instance, if you didn't like the price range of 1 to 100, you wanted it to be 10 to 100 on the summary. You see how it's been changed now. And then you can say, okay. And now, so you can take my scans and you can customize them to your style of trading, maybe a different minimum volume. Maybe when you get used to using trade ideas, you'll see a filter that you might want to add in, or maybe take one out that you don't care about. So you can either use my scans as they are, or you can adjust them. And of course, if you want to build your own scans, you can. Well, there's the AMTX now at 6. So this time, when I right click on this alert window and click on configure, instead of summary, I will click on search. So these are the real-time alerts that we've got. The top two, the new high and the new low of the day, these are the most popular. But if I scroll down, we have a lot of real-time alerts. And down here, excuse me, these are the when you see these icons, these are the screener, the filter icons. Don't get hung up on how many we have. Okay, you don't have to learn them all. Most people, I mean, I for alerts, I only use new highs and new lows. I don't use anything else. But that is my style of trading, of course. And as far as filters are concerned, really, for me, I care about a price range, a minimum volume, a relative volume, a couple other things, and that's about it. But that's my style of trading. So the reason we have so many of these is that company figured that most people would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create their own scans. So that's why they had to create so many of the different alerts, real-time alerts, and filters. Okay, so but don't get hung up on how many we have. You don't have to learn them all. The other thing is we have a simulator here. This blue screen you see here, we call it Brokerage Plus. Before you start trading live, you should practice trading. So all you need to do that, you need our standard service. Also, you have to be using our downloadable application. You cannot be using the web-based version. This is not available within the web-based version. And the other thing I should point out, our new website. So this is our new website, and you'll see there's something called Market Scope. And if you click on that, this is a heat map. Now I like to see the change from the open. So this is available. If you're a subscriber right now, this is available. If you're not a subscriber, you have access to 15-minute delayed. Okay. You'll see something that says, but if you want real time, click here. So if you are a subscriber, It'll probably say something like a 15-minute delay. Click here for live data. That's if you're a subscriber. If you're not a subscriber, it'll say something like 15-minute delay, and then click here to start a subscription, something like that. Okay. So again, this is a heat map. So you can, at a glance, you can kind of see what stocks are moving. There's that AMTX that we talked about. There's THTX. Look at that, really big topping tail, and wow, that's a big topping tail, up to 290. That's on a 5-minute chart too. I mean, look at that, almost three, then right back down to 260. These are big percentage moves. So this is kind of what I call entry. Well, this is more, I'll call it for the more casual trader. All right. The trader that doesn't want to even concern themselves with trying to build a scan or even taking one of my scans or something from the our toolbar, our channel bar. They just want to have something kind of fed to them. Okay, that's about the best way I can describe it. But you still have to have some trading experience because okay, this is showing you a heat map, the ones that are the biggest gainers. These are the biggest losers, biggest gainers up here. But you can click on one and say, okay, but you have to have some trading experience because now what are you going to do with it? So in order to get there to this market scope window, let me just click on this link. Now, if you are a subscriber, you unfortunately you can't have both up and running as we speak. I think they're going to try to find a way in which you can have the heat map and your program. So in other words, I'm used now I have two subscriptions. That's why I can see it. But if you were using our downloadable program and you had a scan like your layout up and running, and then you went to this market scope, you would see that green ball would turn to red. You can only have one loaded at a time. Geo, guys are talking about Geo in both the YouTube and the main room. The Geo group is poised to benefit from the current migration challenges. Okay, well, this is a prison stock, as we. What's that other prison stock? Starts with a C. CWX. That's right. CW. I think it's CXW, actually. CXW. Yeah, it's CXW. So CXW is lagging Geo right now. So I don't know. I don't know why Geo is because they usually trade in tandem. All right, guys. Yes, excuse me, ENVX is right back up. Pretty choppy today, but well, there you go. Now it's at that level. I tried to put a bid in and didn't get it where I wanted. The ENVX. Now this has row 1570 is the next high looking left. Oh, Geo has this. Okay, I thank you. Okay, so Citron is going long. Geo, yeah, they don't often go long. No, that was the I mean, that was the new trade swings. I'm glad you posted that because I was gonna mention that because I remember when Bitcoin went crazy and then the same thing said, "Okay, wait a minute now, it's not gonna be until mid-October or we get a sort of some kind of a final ruling." So Geo looks to me anyway that this is a pretty tough level for maybe to get through. This 750 level. Look left on the daily chart. You see a bunch of stuff right around 750. When I say stuff, I'm talking about topping tails. Where the stock got to previous days. So that could be a big area for it to stall. And lots of shorts available. 3.49 million at Interactive Brokers. So I'm sure this is widespread short availability for Geo. Not saying it's going to stall here, but just looking at the chart, you would think that that could be some resistance. Okay, guys, what time is it now? 11:25. So let me see all the areas that I thought AMTX could stall, and it just didn't. So just because when I look left and I think something could stall, obviously it doesn't happen all the time. Now your next high is 605. Now if we can get through that, then 665 for AMTX. I wonder if there's any news on this. I don't see any news at all for AMTX. Nothing current anyway. Well, did see something on the 6th, but that's it's about a week ago. Something to do with expansion of India biodiesel plant 1 year ahead of schedule. So maybe this is sort of news that is catching up. Okay, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys. Yeah, look at Tesla. Wow, wow, wow for Tesla. Again, you don't want to buy Tesla. You want to buy it a lot cheaper. You can always buy TSLL, okay? ETF specifically designed for Tesla. On the long side, TSLL. And if you felt that Tesla was getting way ahead of itself and you wanted to short it, you could buy TSLS. And again, these are specifically designed ETFs just for Tesla. So you can see a few weeks ago, this was down at 1241, 1740.59 today. Morgan Stanley being extremely bullish on Tesla. And all to do with what they call it, Dojo? Yeah, I can't remember. But Morgan Stanley put a $400 price target on them, though. Basically, it's kind of an AI play right now. Has built a custom AI due to its et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Dojo, yeah, they call it Dojo. They're sinking $1 billion into it, et cetera, et cetera. Anyway, and even a bull case of 550. So a base case price target of 400, and the super bull case of 550. Again, it may not happen. Nvidia doesn't like it, okay? Competition, obviously, I guess, because they're suggesting, of course, has widespread application, not just with Tesla itself. All right, Nvidia. Oh, guys, I may be hung up. Shoot. Not maybe. I am hung up right now. I'm going to hope that it comes back. Shoot. I think I'm hung up, guys. I might have to reboot Trade Ideas. Not the end of the world. It's just the problem is I lose all my previous alerts. Let me just give it one more little. Didn't like it when I put in NVIDIA. Okay, guys, I'm just going to have to do an end task, I guess. I did. I did do the reset. Didn't. Well, I couldn't because I'm completely frozen, David. I can't. Couldn't even access that. I couldn't access anything in our toolbar. That's okay. All right, guys. So ENVX, still kind of hanging around that 15 mark. That's interesting, David. Happens so rarely for me that it. But I see what you're saying. But it happens so rarely that I get frozen in trade ideas. Unusual options for Bill today? Probably not. No, in fact, I know I haven't seen Bill. And Trevor, you know why? There'll be a reason, of course. Yeah, well, I can tell you exactly the reason. Do you, like, do you have trade ideas, Trevor? I mean, I think you do, but because if you've got my abnormal option activity, you know that the relative volume filter has to be at least 3. So when you look at Bill, it's only 0.69. Okay. And also, even if that weren't the case, it's trading 5,000 contracts, but that's only, 66% of normal. So, but even if you, but what we have anyway, option volume is 5,100 contracts. That's only 66% of normal. So even if you weren't using the relative volume filter or had a lower number, it, sh- I wouldn't be seeing it either. Anyway, it's because the option volume today is only 66%, not even normal. Speaking of the abnormal option activity, okay, for those of you who are new, I don't trade options. What this is doing, it's looking for stocks, as it's named, having abnormal option activity. So it's another way for me to find stocks that are trading abnormally. And by zeroing in on what their option activity is, I do trade the stock. I don't trade options. Okay. So just another way to find stocks that are trading abnormally. Because obviously, if you're an intraday trader, that's what you want to find. You want to find stocks that are trading abnormally. So we have this relative volume filter, which helps. But I also like to see this abnormal option activity to sort of hammer the point home. Okay, Trevor. Okay. So it's completely, yeah, it's completely different then. I'm just looking at, so when we look at abnormal option activity, so take a look at Geo as an example. Now this got jumbled up, option volume. Anyway, the option volume today for Geo is 8,000 contracts. That's 391% of normal, or 3.9 times normal. Normal meaning what was the average over the last 10 days? Number of contracts. Okay. So my minimum here is 150%. So it has to be trading at least 1.5 times normal before it will show up in my abnormal option activity. All right, guys, I will confirm that it'll be Chris in our YouTube room. Yeah, ENVX, come on, hold that 15 at least and bounce off there. You're not asking me, Michael, obviously, on my short bill. You're not asking me. You must be asking Trevor. SJM Schmuckers, guys. So they're buying Twinkies. Okay, so SJM buying Twinkies. And yeah, I mean, it's come off the bottom, 124. So about an $8 pop off the absolute bottom this morning in the pre-market. Okay, well, I'm looking at this ENVX. I want to get in it, but I want to see it hold. Oops. I want to see it hold 15 in a nice, solid way. Well, this Geo is definitely alive here on that Citron. Now, the next high looking left is 774, so about 20 cents away. All right, guys. Chris just confirmed that it will be him in our YouTube room in about 15 minutes. Okay, while I take my break. All right. Well, I better reset my alert then for ENVX. I was actually all set to get in it. I'm gonna put my alert around 1509. Ha! BlackBerry. BlackBerry on the move. Launches intrinsically safe certified solution for hazardous materials carriers. All right. Well, BlackBerry on the move. Remember now, guys, if you're wondering, if you're surprised BlackBerry is still around. Yeah, they don't make cell phones anymore, not for many, many, many years. They're a software company now. Not that they've been an extremely successful software company, but that's what they do. I don't think they make phones anymore. I'm pretty sure they don't make phones anymore. I may be wrong, but I don't think BlackBerry makes phones anymore. I think they're just a software company. All right, guys, 11:47. So I am just sort of biding my time right now. I'm not seeing anything. I had high hopes for the ENVX, but I'm not desperate to get into it. I mean, it's got to set up the way I want it to set up. So could happen later. So this AMP is a big IPO. I guess it's going to start trading on Thursday. AMP. I'm wrong. It's not. That's not the ARM. Sorry, ARM. ARM. I think it's going to start trading on Thursday. This is a big anticipated IPO. Did CXW catch up a little bit? Did you? Yeah, not bad. From 10 to 1024. Definitely lagged Geo. Used to always trade virtually the same. The two prison stocks, as I call them anyway, a lot of prison real estate. I almost feel like tucking some of this away. TSLL, just tucking it away, take a little bit and just hide it somewhere so I can't see it every day. Oh, I have no idea. I think I read 24 to 26 is the IPO projected IPO price for but I think it's supposed to be Thursday though. Uh, I shouldn't say that. I'm pretty sure I read it's supposed to be Thursday. I think it's finalized on Wednesday and then starts trading on Thursday. I think that's what I read this morning. Yeah, it's set to price its offer on Wednesday and begin trading on Thursday in what is poised to become the biggest initial IPO for all of 2023. I'm trying to read where I saw likely to raise about $4.7 billion in a $50 billion market cap. I thought I read that they're looking at maybe around 2024 to 26 as their IPO price. That'll be set on Wednesday, obviously, but it'll start trading on Thursday as ARM. Okay. Man, guys, I'm really struggling here to find something that I really love. How about Prime, PRME? This is a daily reversal. Nope. 1271, next high looking left. Now, if you can take out 1271, then your next highs are around 1350. So I suppose what I should do is just put a price alert right around 1271, see if it takes it out, and then maybe Docu would have been nice. I mean, I mentioned Docu a lot earlier in the day, and that other than that little blip up, that's been basically down. Yeah, no, I took a trade. I took Guild on a short. Did not work. I did end up taking the SN. It worked okay. Nothing fantastic. And I, highly speculative. I did get into that. What was that one that SLE? But I got very lucky on it. Took it over 7, and it popped up to about 760 or so. Exited almost immediately. But that was just something. What did it get up to? Got up to what, 750. And I'm still kind of waiting on the ENVX. I like it. I do like it. I like the room it's got. I like the fact that this Cantor Fitzgerald put a $28 price target on it, which we're never saying it's going to get to any of these price targets that these analysts put on it, but at least it gives it a reason for people to maybe take a look at it. I actually thought that Ninja would do a lot better. You guys heard me talking about it. You're waiting to see how well it holds 40. Was holding 40, and it finally, to me, it was holding it very nicely. And again, one of these ones in which, well, obviously a lot of room looking left, but also, I don't know, 63 or $62 price target put on it. $67 price target put on by Jefferies. And all that does for me, it just means, okay, people are reading a headline like that. Nobody's thinking it's going to get to 67 today, tomorrow, next week. Could happen, but it's just it's an eye-catching headline. That's all. But it did get up to 40.60 or so, and then it said nope. But I'm looking at it again later on, around maybe 40.17. I'll put a price alert right around that area and see if it takes it back.
So you're saying if it gets to 40.17, take the trade?
I'm phoning my banker. I'm going to take out a quadruple mortgage on my house, and yeah.
Excellent. Following suit.
Hey, Chris, you might be able to help. By the way, just give me a moment, okay?
Yes.
Okay, guys in the main room. Chris is in our YouTube room right now. So before I do anything else, I'll put the YouTube link in. You guys can head over and listen to Chris. That's number 1. Okay, so 2 links are in, and then let me get my announcement in, Chris, and then we can talk.
Sounds good to me.
On a break, back around 1 p.m. ET. Okay, main room, I'll put myself on mute now. So yeah, Chris, I'm still having a heck of a time trying to do anything with my global symbol list. And I don't know why. The best WL? I think I mentioned that a couple of weeks ago, and you said, well, because I cannot, I go in there, I can delete everything. I can put new symbols in. I save it. I take a look at it. Yes, they're all there. Next day, it's all back to what it was before.
And you're going to the account name global, yes?
Yes. With all those, well, I think I am with because
it's got all the daily symbols list on there. It starts with special NYSE.
Yeah.
Daily Doge.
Let me make sure.
Dragonfly, all Gravestone, all that.
Let me make sure. I'm pretty sure I can just bring it up. It says, yeah, I mean, it's, so I'm going to, okay, don't take my screen yet, or don't take your, it looks like that, right?
Let me check. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, nope. And there's my symbol list, and I go down to best WL, I make the changes, nothing, it doesn't stick. Yes. But anyway, I don't want to dwell on that right now.
And there's 63 symbols in it currently, yes?
Yeah, and I don't want them. I mean, there's,
Okay, let me see what happens when I edit it.
Okay, now, again, I can edit it, and I can save it, and then I can look at it again. It looks like it's changed, but then I don't know if it's the next day or even a few hours later, it reverts.
So it's just not working, period. If I mess with it, it's not going to interrupt anything anyways, right?
No.
All right.
Nope, shouldn't anyway.
All right, I'm gonna mess with it.
Okay.
In between things, and I'll let you get to your break. Let me swap screens here. All right, my friend, you are off and running for your break, and
Merci beaucoup. We'll see you in about an hour.
sounds good. All righty, everybody, as Barry goes to take a much-deserved break, make my way in here, get all settled up and settled in. There we go. And yeah, so happy Monday, everybody. See, I was in some different days over the last few weeks, so back to a Monday look here. Market just wants to continue to mess with everybody, Max Pain theory and all that. So we kind of just got to trade the tape in front of us, whether we like it or we don't like it. It's the one we got, right? So anyways, with all that said, live and open forum here for your questions pertaining to the platform. Every and all question, trade ideas related, please. Very, very welcome to have those. As I always say, I think it's best when you folks are driving the content. You're the ones that really kind of run the show here. And I got to be honest, when you folks are driving, we're having good content. I'm always getting something out of it too. So selfishly, I love it when you drive the content with questions, because I always get a little something out of it myself. PTN has a big price target over 50. Well, I'm guessing that someone is holding bags in PTN or pumping it for some reason then. Over $50 PTN. All right. Well, I got nothing. They traded 11,000 shares today. I don't even know what to say to that. God bless anybody that buys it here and gets out at 50. That's all I can say. I got nothing. I don't even know what to say to that, in all honesty. I mean, when did it even get that high? I got nothing. You gotta love analysts. That's all I can say. Buy or sell side, they're the best. I would ask you to build a scan for me to catch criteria I posted early, but it's not possible. Let me just take a gander here. Scroll back up there, Trevor, and see if I can't find where your post was and how far off from being able to do it we are. Yeah, percent out of the money filter. That's not going to happen. Sorry. Yep. Sometimes there's some like kind of workarounds that we might be able to get close to some stuff, but we just don't have that data at all, unfortunately. Yeah, Dish has been bouncing around. I want to say Andy took a position in it like a week ago or something. Not my cup of tea, to be honest. Andy does bottom fishing, but he's good at it. I'm not good at bottom fishing. I want to say he took a position somewhere down here bouncing around the 6th level. So obviously he's in the money at that point. If he's even holding it anymore, I don't know. I can't even remember what day he took it. Obviously, I don't think it could have been Monday of last week because it was Labor Day was Monday, right? These days and weeks are just too much for my brain lately. But anyways, some serious bottom fishing. But look, you got kind of a floor to look at here around $6. So if it was something you really believed in for some reason, you've got a defined area, that $6, you stick to it. That's part of your plan. Your plan executes. It works well. Great. If it doesn't, it was your plan. It didn't work. Some work, some don't. So that's all I can say on Dish. Outside of that, literally, Siri, find me a falling knife or find me an example of a falling knife and Dish is it, right? Not to say as I just mentioned, can't have some alpha found there. So anyways, that's that. I guess I'll jump around with maybe some market thoughts real quick here. Although we kind of had some market thoughts when I filled in for Steve on Thursday. We'll do that until the Royal You decide to throw in some stuff at me, and I'll do my best to keep it informative and moving. So let's start with the old trusty SPY there. we're kind of at this point here of chopping in between just over 450 and down around 430-ish, give or take. So drawing tools being kind of funny here. All right, there we go. So zoom in a touch here. So we've got this period low right here. And we've got this kind of line that's up here and just kind of chopping around that. I mean, while there's been a whole lot of quote unquote action, a lot of things moving and a lot of prognostication and all that stuff like that, been a long time since the SPY's really gone anywhere, right? Or the market overall. We're going to find it more than less the same as we dive around here. And Yellow Jack, give me 1 second. I see that coming in. So the same thing here on the Qs and the diamonds. And a whole lot different, right? Been a long time since we've done anything. Quote, one of my most favorite traders and educators that I've come across over the last several years, Matthew Verdow, were technicians who live in a fundamental world. And at the end of the day, the bond market, how big it is, and bond market more a reflection of fundamentals than the stock market is in general. It's a lot of wait and see, what are the central banks doing and so on and so forth. So for, someone who like me who prefers swing trading, it's been a tough environment for a long time here now, or what I consider a long time anyways. Day trading, which I do some of, been less frustrating, but still hasn't been great. I found a lot of stocks lately. They start to make an alpha move counter to the market on days where the market's either chopping sideways or slightly moving down. And it seems like, all right, yeah, we got an alpha mover. I go to get in, and then all of a sudden, somehow the market kind of gets a hold of it, and it stops being counter to the market. So, plenty of alpha out there. Patience is a virtue well rewarded in this game here. With that said, I heard a question in the room today on Trade of the Week, and does it start pre-market if it's target or day trading time? I don't know. I don't really do much on the Trade of the Week. I just know the emails go out. Maybe you want to send an email to info@, and Steve would be better to answer that. He's the architect of the Trade of the Week. So info@trade-ideas.com. I without going out on a limb and completely speaking for Steve, I suspect he would want to say wait for the market to open and maybe settle for 15 minutes, half an hour, something like that before rushing in. Obviously, that leaves you in a position of being left behind. That's the way it goes. That's how I look at any and every trade. I generally don't grab things in the pre-market ever, regardless of the homework that I've done. Too many head fakes in the pre-market. I'll give a great example of that right now from this morning. I was thinking about jumping back in IONQ this morning. It had itself what looked like to be a very healthy looking pre-market setup. The market was gapping up and all those things like that. Hold on, give me 1 second to scroll back here. I mean, look at the close on Friday for IONQ. Just a beautiful move up here and a nice move. And I was watching it right in here this morning, real early this morning. And I said, every time I do something that's really outside of my realm of what I really do, I get punished for it. And had I done that, I would have sat through this, and yes, did it get back up towards where I would have bought it? Yep. And it collapsed right again afterwards. So it's part of, I suspect Steve, to make a long story long as always, I suspect Steve will kind of give you something similar to what I've just said, and about having plan and trading that plan. These are the price levels of interest, and where you want to participate in those price levels of interest will ultimately have to remain with the trader. But anyways, that's my 2 cents. Shoot an email over there. Maybe Steve's got something different, some more insight, something that, maybe takes something what I've said and then runs with it a little differently. Hard telling, not knowing, but that's what I would say as far as that goes. As far as the strength alerts, that's going to be market open, and that's the back testing and forward testing of that was based on getting it at the alert price on a market open. So if it were to gap up and it leaves you behind, at the trader's discretion whether you want to chase after that price action or not. That's not how it's back tested and forward tested. But again, these are supposed to be idea generation. We're trying to put out some quality ideas from you. How and what you do with those ideas from there, that's where you got to step in and be a bit of a trader here. There's no, unfortunately, there's no magic bullet or system to follow that's just going to bang, do this, and you're going to be successful. But I would say for sure on the swing alerts, the swing picks, whatever it is there, market time, and the price. What do I think of Bill? Well, I had a friend, Bill, growing up. I was always very fond of him. As far as Bill, the stock goes, BILL, I don't think a whole lot about it. Lower end of no man's land. You got this, in the weekly inside the daily here, this move up and a move down, and it's just kind of continues to make lower lows on the weekly. And I'd say for now, continues to make lower lows on the daily and hasn't made a higher high, and it hasn't made a higher high since it topped out here, right? I mean, literally hasn't made a higher high since, I don't know, what's that date? Back in November of 2021. I mean, we're coming up on 2 years since it made a higher high. There's a high, lower, 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 lower. If it doesn't take this here out, you get another lower high, right? So definition of a downtrend, in a downtrend. I believe that Newton's law of motion basically applies to every and anything you can come across. And so a stock in motion will remain in that motion until acted upon by another force. Another force will be news, earnings, a global event, things of that nature. So there's nothing here technically to make anybody get bullish on this. So that's not going to be a force that acts on this whatsoever. You're going to need something to come in here for people to become interested in the stock again. Something's got to happen to have people get interested in it. It's information, so I'm going to guess, AI related or something like that. I wouldn't be surprised if they're trying to use those buzzwords with cloud, data, information, all that stuff. So still kind of buzzwords noteworthy of today. And even on, well, I guess I can't ignore the fact that it came off a low of 60 and change up over 130. But all the same, when you're looking at it, percentage wise here, as compared to the top back here to where it is here, downtrend. So this is one of those stocks going to need the market to love it for some reason. Dish made a big deal with Amazon to sell us their 5G service with any cell phone, which has paid TV. All right, interesting. I mean, look, it kind of just ties in with the whole body in motion thing like that. So, is Dish in a body, it's a stock in motion that's been mostly in a downtrend, going to need some kind of force to act upon it to change it. Could that news with Amazon be a catalyst to get it there? No reason it couldn't be, right? So, yeah, without a question, And like I said, you've got to, with Dish, you got a fairly fairly defined down level of that $6 essentially. So, where it's sitting now, somewhere around 630. If you're looking at a swing trade, generally speaking, 30 cents to the downside on a swing trade for a stop is not a large swing. I mean, obviously, position sizing is going to matter. If you're taking 10,000 shares, 30 cents. That's a significant dollar move for most people anyways. You're taking 500 shares, obviously a huge difference as far as that goes. So all things kind of relative. With that said, Dish is kind of giving you some entry and exit looks here as far as risk management goes. So IWM, we talked about IWM. We talked about the other ones here. And the IWM just continues to do absolutely nothing but on the lower end of nothing. And what do I mean by the lower end of nothing? We had this whole consolidation time up here for this, right? Where we didn't do a whole lot after this getting shot out of a cannon, right? And then we took that leg down and we've taken another leg down since. And we're just kind of moving that way right now. So your small caps, a whole lot of nothing also. Like I said, just a lot of wait and see. What's inflation? It's always kind of funny to me. The cynic in me says, look, I go to the supermarket like 98% of the rest of the air breathing population in this country, right? And we all see what the price of eggs and milk and bread and flour and sugar and cheese and meats and chicken, whatever is done, right? Anybody that doesn't see it, you don't shop. It's as simple as that. But of course, these core CPI numbers have come down, week over week, month over month, since they peaked back at 9 point whatever it was, a year plus ago. And it's like people had been bullish, slower inflation, but it's still inflation all the same. So I just find it kind of funny. With all that said, the market itself is kind of chopping along. It doesn't like or hate anything right now. It's waiting. The market is waiting to find something to love or hate to make a decision. All right. So, all that said, maybe we take a look at a few sectors here. One of my favorite sectors of all time to pick on, weed. I mean, you can't ignore that move, right? It's not like it's 2 or 3 days anymore. Come on, scroll. Let's get with the program here. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 days now. Into the 8th trading day since what was it? They're gonna make it you get in less trouble for weed with the federal government now or something. I don't really care what it is. The price action tells me that this has got a little more staying power than any other event that's gone on with weed in quite a long time. We got to look back here to, I guess, around this time last year, where we got this little pop going on in here. That was, but it wasn't as clean of a move, I would say. This was a much more choppy move, big move up and a pullback, and then a grinding move up before ultimately really selling off again. So anyways, weed stocks have continued to look not horrible for several trading days in a row. I was a watcher of Tilray this morning, but a lot of them, they make this early move and then that's it. They're not really a whole lot else. The liquidity is huge, obviously 44 million in it. Cron, something similar, very similar look, and another, 4.5 million shares traded in it. Plenty of volume, plenty of liquidity. Just that intraday staying power to continue to move. That's been the tough one to find. K-Web here, just finding itself now slightly positive on the year. China, it's just not getting in gear. And I was one of those people way back. I don't even know where it was anymore. I guess it had to have been back here in this move here that I got semi-bullish China. And then that happened and I ain't been bullish China ever since. So a lot of nothing for the K-Web still. I'd imagine the FXI, there it is. Yeah, FXI, kind of similar thing. So K-Web's your internet stocks of China. The FXI is your large cap China. Yeah, all the same stuff. Nothing cooking, nothing doing here. Really, it is what it is. And again, body in motion. Body in motion, body in motion. I got silver here. Hi-ho silver. These are your miners. Although the SIL is kind of a tough one to look at. It's kind of heavily weighted one miner. So I know it's not a loved index to look at for people looking at silver miners. All the same, silver miners look not so great. Gold miners, same thing. Every time I want to attempt to be nice to silver and gold, they do exactly what they've done. They make a little run up, like this is it, this is the one, and then no, it's absolutely not the one. So, anyways, it is what it is. Silver and gold. I'll just continue to ignore them. I won't ignore them, but it is what it is. So sorry, I just closed. I realized I closed the window here. I didn't close it, but I minimized it. Make sure I'm not missing anything here. Dish, Amazon. When do you think M may bounce? When do I think it may bounce? I have no idea. No clue when it will bounce. I couldn't even possibly gather a guess. I mean, look how far back you got to go to look at this. I don't know. Is it going to bounce at 10? I guess 10 is a logical level to bounce. Could it bounce before that? Sure, why not? There's nothing to stop it from moving all the way down here to 10, though. That's what I see right there. So as far as M goes, back at it, IHI, it's going to be your medical devices having a day here, but, again, nothing. Whole lot of nothing. Sick looking sector. even when the rest of the market bounced, didn't bounce quite like the rest of the market. Lithium and ion battery stocks, same thing. I mean, look at this on the weekly chart, downtrend on the weekly chart still. So it continues to look terrible. One of my favorite stocks from back in the day to trade, LTHM, same thing here. I want to say it was back here. I grabbed it on it might have been like this move in here somewhere, and I grabbed it like here, and it did this, and this is the breakout, and then it reversed, and I took a loss on it. So I haven't even looked at the stock since I took that loss on it way back around this time last year. A couple of months fast forward, and it'll be a year. So about 8 months, about 10 months ago or so, I took a loss on it right there, thinking this was it. It's going to bust out. It won't be a triple top, and apparently it was a triple top. Is what it is. So anyways, lithium ion, what is it? LI is the other one. Am I right? Nope, that's not it. LAC, that's the other one, I bet, right? LAC, yep. This one looks even worse, to be honest, than LTHM. So again, just in a big downtrend, looks almost exactly like the sector itself does. So uranium continues to move higher. I'm usually a bully on uranium, especially because I've probably traded uranium stocks 50 times and I've lost money on them 30 out of 50 times. So I'm not a fan of uranium in that regard, but I don't know, maybe, right? It was just that, every time, it got me here and then got me there. And I didn't participate there. I said, nope, you're not getting me a second time. That happened. I'm like, all right, now this is going to be the real one. And it got me. And then, no, this is going to be the real one. And it got me. It's not like I lost every time on it, but my bias on this is just every time uranium looks like it's going to break out, it doesn't. And, during, that run, the second half of 2020 and, through almost all of 2021, everything was cooking and zooming along, uranium included. Since that time, uranium's continued to look lackluster, like a lot of other things also, though. So, I don't know, let's continue to move along. IYK is going to be consumer staples. Consumer staples sits here, on the upper end of doing nothing. And again, what does the upper end of doing nothing mean? We're closer to the all-time highs on that than we are anything else. And just kind of, good Lord, Chris, draw a better line, right? Just kind of floating along in here on that, right? So there's consumer staples. Whole long time of doing nothing, but it's never really sold off like the rest of the market has. Your emerging markets. Without China, emerging markets is kind of in a tough position here. That's all there is to it. I would say obviously a lot more sideways action for longer than China in general. So it's being, buoyed by other emerging markets, several of them trying to carry the weight of China. Yeah, WPM. Thank you, Trader 77. Yeah, I always forget what it is, but it's it's heavily weighted there, so kind of tough looking at SIL in that regard. But all the same, I don't think anybody will argue that the precious metal miners are lackluster, to say the least. CAG looks like major support area. Is that ConAgra Foods? Yeah, I mean, you got to go all the way back here into 2019 to find that level. Does prior resistance become support? Let's get into the nitty gritty on that just real fast here. These are for people that want to bottom fish. This is bottom fishing, catching falling knives. If that's what you're into, there's certainly money to be made there. If you're disciplined, you got to be disciplined. Discipline. Something I probably lack. So if this would scroll, that would be so amazing. All right. So, coming back here into this level here with ConAgra, I mean, look, this is a major level going all the way back here into 20 12, right? So if this fails here, I mean, look out below. There's nothing to stop this all the way down here to 23, probably. I'm thinking that is right. 22 and change. So discipline. But if it bounces, if you've got a reason for buying it here, if your trading plan says, let's look for the bounce here, you could be greatly rewarded without any question. So yeah, it's at a major pivot level without any question. Can you give me your read on cannabis ABC? ABC. You're tied to the whole cannabis sector. If cannabis sector moves, this is going to move, I would say. This is actually a lot healthier looking. ABC, no volume. I don't even know what this is. This ticker must be retired. So maybe a CGB, a CGC. Is that what it is now? I mean, this thing here, the lottery ticket as far as I'm concerned. There's not a whole lot to talk about here, I don't think. This thing looks like it's being shorted to oblivion after whatever these pops were. It's going to need some kind of major catalyst to get it off of this. I mean, this thing is, it's likely to be delisted at some point off the NASDAQ, right? Down here at this prices. So there's not a whole lot I could say on that. I'm sorry. It's obviously enjoying the benefit of what's gone on with the entire cannabis sector. So I'd say if the cannabis sector continues to move higher and look healthy, this might be something you want to look at. But, you got to consider the fact that this is a 500 million float and it's a dollar stock. Kind of the same thing with Tilray here. Tilray up in the $3 range, but also, almost 700 million on that float. Not awesome. I'm not sure about this ABC though. There's no that whatever that ticker was retired. So the chart looked good right up until it was retired. I could say that. What do I think of AVTA? AVTA, it looks like a buyout. So there's nothing there as far as I'm concerned. I'm guessing it's a buyout. So that it's over. Sun2 Web. Yeah, to buy, Accenture to buy it in $1.2 million deal. So, yeah, it's being acquired. So it's, they're going to merge or blend or whatever's going to happen there. I'm not exactly sure. But that's the end of that stock. That's the end of that company as it is anyways. So I mean, lots of things look oversold and continue to move down, though. It's not a reason to buy anything, right? Oversold is not a trading plan. Oversold is an indicator. Things can be extended and continue to go up, and things could be, extended to the upside and go up, and extended to the downside and go down. So is it oversold? Yeah, it's definitely oversold. I mean, here, let's look at the RSI. I don't keep RSI on this. Sorry. You even have it here. Daily RSI 22, right? But that doesn't mean anything. Daily RSI has probably been like that for God knows how long now. Look at, sold all through here. So, PAGS International. So careful. It's one of those stocks that could cut you either way real fast. You were short it, and you have one of those happen to you, you're not going to feel real comfortable. If you're long it and you have one of these happen, you're not going to feel real comfortable. But I mean, this thing has done some crazy things in the past, even with a 200 million float. We talked about this last week, how some stocks with large floats can make crazy moves to the upside. I mean, look at this here one day, shot up $3 like nothing here, $4, whatever it was. So what do I think of it? Technically speaking, falling knife, right? Looks terrible, technically speaking, as far as a swing trade goes. Support, I guess you can call down here at around $8 support. And then after that, you're looking down here at 750 at support, right? So it's not a great look to it. But it's one of those stocks that if it does get an alpha move, it's a healthy one to be on the right side of, that's for sure. Yeah. All right, let's continue to scroll down through some sectors here. IYK, again, we did that actually. I'm sorry, we looked at consumer staples. Telecommunications, there we go. Somehow we've made our way, skipped over that, or maybe just pushed its way up the list here. So communications, this is looking, looking pretty good overall here, especially what the market has done overall. Nice move off that bottom from last year. Pullbacks have been met with buyers. This is the first pullback that's kind of not met with buyers in a long, long time. So now we're duking it out in here. But communications, it could be one of those ones. Keep an eye. Breaks down, obviously. Breaks down. So we got this regional banking ETF here, not looking great. Obviously, this is where the world was coming to an end and the banking system was going to falter, which obviously didn't once again. So just remember, anybody that's pumping fear, they're selling a narrative, mute them quickly, shut them off, not adding any value to your life. That's the level right there. Let's see if they can bounce off of this here. But regional banks, kind of stuck down here on the low end of that sell-off. Or on the low end of the bounce after the sell-off, excuse me. Another one of my most favorite sectors to pick on is clean energy. Only because I believe there should be clean energy companies out there that do much better than what we see doing out there. That's why I pick on it. Wasted potential, if you will. Yeah, terrible looking. It's kind of hard to find something worse looking than this chart right here. And you might say, well, there's a lot of charts that look bad and they're in this down move like this. And so why is this hard to find something worse than that? The reason it's hard to find something worse than that, because if you drop below this level here, I know it's a terrible line, I'm sorry. You drop below this level here, you're coming all the way down here. You're coming below $20 essentially. There's nothing to stop it till the COVID low essentially. And that's erasing everything it had gained even before COVID, right? So it's a terrible, terrible, terrible looking chart. Again, if it were to ever turn, and it turned from here, for example, could be very rewarding. But again, bottom picking there's a reason why bottom fishers that are undisciplined are your shortest lived traders ever. What do we think of BP? Probably like most oil, gas, energy companies looking strong. Yeah, looks real strong here. Now, with that said, really got to clear this area. Really got to clear through this area here. So this becomes one of those things where if you believe that we are still in a super cycle for energy and commodities in general, are you picking up some here in anticipation of a break and push through here? Or are you going to be a patient trend follower and wait for confirmation for a candle or two to close above here and then look to participate in it from there? A long ways off from lifetime highs of 53 here and change, down here below 40, but all the same. This thing is without a question looking to reconfirm an uptrend through here, right? Looking to try to reconfirm that. What do I mean by reconfirm? You got this back here, right? You got this back here. That's kind of tough. So If it can't take that out and it does that, then we start to look at lower highs, right? It's painting itself into that corner and needs to make a higher high to really kind of confirm a continued uptrend anyways. So that's what I could say about BP. And, we haven't gotten to energy in general yet, but that's what I'd be thinking and looking at from there. Healthcare, again, similar to consumer staples, kind of the upper end of not doing anything for a long time, right? Down here's the lower end of not doing anything. So that's what we're looking at here for consumer staples. This is an area you're going to want to see hold on that 280 level. IHE, pharmaceuticals, same kind of idea here. Same thing with healthcare. A lot of the quote unquote things we need. Those are the sectors that have been least punished over the last year and a half, and they didn't participate in the run up as much as other things did, especially technology. They didn't participate on the run down as much as other things did, especially technology, right? Cloud computing. It's an interesting one here, right? So we see things that are in downtrends that look terrible. We see things that have been in downtrends that maybe there's some promise going on here. So obviously this $20 level is going to be a big deal. It's going to be a big deal going all the way back right here. So can this become support back above it here? That's poked its head back above it. And then do we start to look at climbing this ladder? Cloud computing isn't going anywhere. I can tell you that right now. So cloud computing is an interesting one. If we see a turn in the market up, might be, that's going to be a lot of your information stocks too, right? Definitely going to be a lot of your information stocks. I just kind of rambling on. So, other questions you folks have, throw them at me here. I'm, happy to take this in a completely other direction. I'm just trying to find some kind of something to share here. I'm going to wrap this up on the sectors though really fast. I want to hit energy. I don't think there's really, I want to hit energy. I want to hit solars. Solars just continue to look terrible. And this goes back to that whole clean energy thing, right? So again, it's an is what it is. I'm not smart enough to understand all these things other than, parrot things that I've heard and said and, research that's done that I don't really know because I'm not in the field. But, from my understanding, solar energy, the way we can use it and harness is still extremely inefficient. Solar panels, when they break and the components in them, they're toxic and there's no way to really dispose of them. So I think all that weighs really heavy negative for solar energy, unfortunately. I mean, common sense thinks it should be like a slam dunk thing. The sun's just kind of always there, right? But the price of the stock tells us that whatever's negative about it certainly outweighs anything positive about it, unfortunately. Again, does this become, taking back to, Michael Anthony's looking at a lot of stuff in general, always that's falling and he's trying to find some value in it. So could this be another one of those type of value plays where being a bottom picker could reward you? It could be. I'm not, it's not who I am as a trader. I want to see stuff bottom out, consolidate, and then try to make a turn up, right? That's who I am as a trader. But the people that are ultra disciplined find these plays like this before they make the turn. They have things that signal to them a turn maybe on the horizon, and if they're right, they're rewarded well, and if they're wrong, they're very disciplined, they're out quickly. This could be one of those plays again, that could reward those. Obviously, again, looking back here on this weekly chart, we've come a long way off of that high. So, and off of this was, there's a big breakout here and then an even bigger breakout here. So we're kind of at that last huge breakout that happened before a huge breakdown. And that breakdown has been ugly, fooling people all the way through, myself included. I've had some winners and losers on the tan here, tan related stocks. So anyways, just a quick quick note there. And then XLE, tie this all out here. XLE is not putting in a really healthy looking candle today, to say the least, right? And we can't ignore the fact that the XLE makes this big run up to here and a pullback, and another nice run up to here and a pullback, and another nice run up to here. And, is this going to be a triple top? It was a triple top for now. Do quadruple tops even exist? I don't know. Sure, why not? I'm sure we could find plenty of examples of them. But, how many times can it bang on this level before it can get through? I don't know. Can it not get through? You hear the Saudis are doing this and we're going to cut that, and we're not allowing drilling here, but we'll allow drilling there. And there's an oil field discovered here, but we can't drill there. I'm using the royal we, globally, US, whatever it all is. So unfortunately, it tied into these news narratives. And again, technicians living in a fundamental world, buy smiley faces. So, what's going to happen here? What's going to happen here? Keep an eye on it. That's all I could say. Keep an eye on energy, right? And the same thing, XOP here. Coming across this level here. Came up through it. We fell underneath. We popped into it. We fell back down. We came into it. We fell back down. Here we are again, back up at this level again, right? So maybe there's no leader in the market. Maybe we're headed back into a bear market for all I know, and all this whole collapses, right? Or maybe we see what we saw through a lot of the end of 2021 and the beginning of 2022, where the rest of the market looked terrible and energy was the one thing that held any kind of alpha. But remember, as far as the S&P goes, it's very little energy in there for waiting. As far as the NASDAQ goes, there is no energy in there whatsoever. So, we keep these things in mind. That's the way the indexes shake out. So, all right, I think that's good. I lied. Just real quick to SMH, right? So now, isn't that interesting? Draw that line like that. Let's see what happens here. We come up through, we bounced off, showed us some support. We come back up, we bounced off, shown some support. Again, how many times can we bounce off before we break back down again, right? Or will we not break back down and we'll see another bounce off this way? So that's the XOXX and the SOXX, and the SMH. They look almost identical, more than less. So, sitting up here near all-time highs, both of them. Can't ignore all these things like that. So, all right, anyways, I lost a ton of viewers, it looks like. So obviously there's a number of people that found zero value in what I was going over, unfortunately. To each their own. With all that said, I've got my lifetime high scan up here. So stocks, in order to make the scan, let me get rid of this real fast, actually. In order for stocks to make the scan, they have to be within 15% of their all-time highs. They have to trade 1 million shares on the day, and that has to be a relative volume of at least one going on here, right? So we've got Hostess brands getting bought out, apparently. Ain't that something? Wow. All right, then. I got nothing to add to that, then. That's all from me. I'll let that one go. This is a finance company here. Huge float. I don't really do a whole lot. It's actually a really large move for it, all things considered, for what this stock does. NVO. I mean, talk about strength. So plenty of alpha to find here. You got this beautiful move, consolidation, a slight pullback here on that breakout. Big gap up, pulled back into the gap, never filled it. Train has now left the station after taking out the high of that gap. Eli Lilly, this thing has had itself a year, right? Just and a breakout and just even more alpha today. I mean, up another. Now look, even though it's up 10 and change, almost 10.65, still good for 1 and a little over 0.75%, given that the market itself today more than less lagging behind that, only up 0.44% here on the S&P, right? And this thing is kind of just grinding along all day long. So this is what we mean when trying to find where the alpha is on the strong stuff. Here, this thing, we gapped up on the SPY and we've ran absolutely nowhere since gapping up on the SPY, right? Ran ourselves around in circles and circles. It was Eli Lilly looking pretty nice here. Dude, you're getting a Dell. I mean, what year is this, right? INTC, another one, right? The year that INTC is having all things considered here. Cisco, another one, right? So, sorry, these are all things that I've noticed over the last few days. Not necessarily near all-time highs, all of this, but old technology becoming new, right? So back to Dell. I mean, you know what? I don't know what to say about that, really. VST, there's another one. It's a really, really nice move in this here. So there's plenty of stuff. Oh, there's Oracle's on this list, as a matter of fact. I think that's something. Energy play with refineries. There's a number of refineries that are looking real good right now. But not all refineries look good either. And not all refineries are created equal, right? So you're looking at energy and you're looking at refineries. Pay attention. VTNR, right? Not a great looking refinery. That's not VTNR. VTNR. CTNR. VTNR is another refinery. This chart looks horrible. I mean, now can it turn around? Absolutely. It's up here at this gap. Could it fill that gap and then, start to move higher? Why not? Absolutely, right? Could it do it? Yeah, sure. Why not? But as compared to this refinery, I don't look so good, right? It's another refinery I saw this morning. This is Shell. So that's more energy and refining. They also refine. Shell, tough looking chart, right? This thing kind of all over the place. Makes this move up, big move down against you, and then the move up, a really sizable move against you, and then a move back to that level and against you, and then a move back up here. So Shell maybe trying to break out here, all-time high, your all-time highs there. There's another refinery, and I was looking at stocks this morning that I liked. I don't know, it was near an all-time high. Give me 1 second here. Posted it on Twitter. DINO. So here's DINO making a little bit of a middle finger candle here on the day today, but we'll see what happens. It's been a heck of a run up for it here. But I mean, if refineries get bullish, looking at this level here for it, right? We made this nice move up and a pullback, and a really nice move up and a pullback into here. Might be something to look at if it can hold over 60. Something that I'm actually interested in if it holds over 60. DINO. Bit off all-time highs here. Right there. So not currently on the all-time list, though. Needs a few more dollars alpha to get on there, but it's traded over 1 million, 1.3 on that relative volume there. I saw something come in. I apologize. What we got? Dell cracks me up. They really are a company that never should have been, but they're totally kicking anyway. Yeah. Look, still out there selling computers to this day, and they matter. They're relative. There's Apple here. Still on this list here. So what's Apple's at 89.2% here. So can't ignore that. What you also cannot ignore with Apple, again, trends, right? We've had some fast and furious trends in the year here. There's no, all right there, scroll, starting to tick me off a little bit. So we had this obviously shot out of cannon here and just grinding higher. And then we made this move down and a bounce up and a move down. And so that downtrend that happened through here wasn't really a clear defined downtrend. That was a really tough downtrend to really look at, especially when you got this move back up above here that almost took out those highs. And, we sold off all this time. It was a little clear of a downtrend, obviously. And then boom, just like out of a cannon. And so very hard to identify this uptrend here. Very hard to identify that uptrend. And so it makes it just as hard identifying, are we still in this uptrend or are we in a trend reversal again? And what I look at here is this. We got this whole uptrend that's gone on here and these nice steps that I like to look at up. And now we're taking some steps down, but is it just in the natural course of things a pullback, or are we putting in a lower high now? You could argue either one of them. I can't help but notice that, we put in this, we gapped down, we rallied, but couldn't get back up to here. And without any question, that is a lower high. Now, we've also gone and sold off again off that lower high. And we're not looking healthy tiered today for Apple. I don't know what's going to happen. Nobody really knows. But if we don't rally back above this again, that's without a question a set of lower highs and a trend reversal. Whether it's short or long-term trend reversal, no way to predict that, of course. So anyways, for what it's worth there. Mike C., what is happening? Question, how best can you make a simple alert window which detects stock moving within a channel tightly? Less swings intraday. I would say you want to look at a change filter probably, or range. So, change depending on what you're looking at. Time frame wise, but change over the last few days, tight range in that, or range. These range filters in here. We do have a consolidation filter. Consolidation and positioning consolidation. So those might be some filters you want to consider here. Consolidation alert. I don't know about that one. You check it out. I never used it, so I don't have a lot to comment on it. It's there. It exists. Those would be the things that I would be pointing you towards, HS, are those filters, looking for that. There is also in the Market Explorer, if you want consolidation stuff, right? Select strategy, TTM squeeze on a daily, and also tightest bands within a year. So you got those tightening bands on daily and years. I mean, hard to find anything more consolidated than that kind of stuff, those squeezes. So you might find those of interest to you. They're not configurable, obviously. But, if you're looking for stuff on those time frames in a consolidation like that, you go through the scans in the early mornings or the evenings or whatever it is. See what idea generation is in there and how they may or may not fit into what you are or are not trying to do. So those are the items that I would point you towards for those. Yeah. Alrighty, Burr. How do we end up on Burr? Where'd you come from? Anyways, moving along in life. There's XOM. There's your Exxon Mobil. Going to look a lot like the XLE. Looks really, really a lot like the XLE. Again, what's it going to be? That was not how I wanted that to go. That's a little better. Can it do it? If you're a believer in energy, again, it goes back to, are you going to wait for confirmation for a bust above a certain level? What is it, 120? Is it 115? Is it 117? And a close and confirmation above that? Is there something underneath the hood, your tea leaves that you read that you believe it's going to do it now, and now's the time to enter it? That's what makes a market right there. That's what makes a market. Just Valero? There's another energy stock giving us the middle finger again, right? What other one did we say? So there's something else that we said was giving us a middle finger look. So I don't know. Was that it for energy? Did it make its run? Everybody's all energy, and that's it. It's going to reverse again. I don't know. Over the next days and weeks, we'll know. It'll play out, but can't ignore. There's Valero. Run up, a pull back, run up, pull back within that run up. So hard, like a week and a half ago, like a lot of other traders, energy. That was me, can't ignore it. It's moving up. And now all of a sudden it's moved up. It's moved up into resistance. Now what? Put my earphones in as Barry is likely in there listening. All right, there we go. Is there anything else that was of interest that I was looking at this morning? There's something else I was looking at this morning. What was it? VKTX. That was one I took a look at. So it had, really nice price action on Friday. It's at this level here that if it got above this, it's a nice run it could potentially make if it got and held above 16. Couldn't do it Friday, couldn't do it today. So anyways, I put it on my liked list. Probably end up being one of those stocks that stays on my liked list. Let me get rid of that scan. Like a few others here that have been, they're active traders. They've got good ranges, Palantir, IONQ. GCT, I've been pounding the table on this one for over a week. And what a set of moves it's made in the last couple of days. Not an easy trader. This thing has had some really, really wide spreads. But liquidity certainly come in. Volume certainly coming in the last few days. A heck of a move. Super small float. And we talked about cloud computing and that for being a quote unquote beaten up sector, it's one of the nicer looking beaten up sectors, the cloud. So we'll see what happens. I'm going to continue to keep my eye on this thing here. Thought it was going to do the real crazy here today. It's up probably over $2 at that point or around $2 at that point. So, how crazy do you want it to get for selling
crazier?
off?
How about that? Crazier.
Yes. I thought it'd do the extra crazy.
I'm just not having a good time today. This has just been a real dreary sort of a day for the type of stuff that I follow. It's just no trend following whatsoever.
Nope, I'd agree. I took this GCT on that 17 break and you got that topping tail and I'm like, yes, this thing's going to really go. And as it started to pull back on me in that topping shadow there, I was like, no, let's get out. Let's just take that money right there. And then of course it went and shot way up there, but then look what it did afterwards. And it's like,
exactly.
And no follow through. Another one that I traded today, AMTX, back in here. I thought, all right, we're going to make this break above 570, and it did. And, as soon as it started struggling around here, around that 590 level, I peeled out of it. And of course, it ran into 6. So I'm like, I left money on the table. I'm a fool, but it couldn't get through it. And it had no follow. And it's well below where my entry was.
Mm-hmm.
So
take a look at MAMA. MAMA. It's kind of a weird one. I think it was another symbol before. I think it was triple MB, and then it changed symbols a few weeks ago.
Yep.
And Mama's Creations, meatballs and stuff. I know. You can't make this stuff up. You really can't. And, they actually have earnings tomorrow after hours, but it's an all-time high right now according to this symbol. I don't know what it was. Triple M, it was triple MB. I don't know if it was higher than that, but
interesting.
I've been watching this one. It's just crazy, though.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep my eye on it. I see this THTX breaking out over 10 days. That's got to be a weed stock, no? Yeah. As soon as I looked at that daily chart, it looked exactly like the rest of the weed stocks look like. So, all right. That's
I've been so against them for so many years, it seems. And, so that CGC going from 30 cents to, I know I heard you talking earlier. That's a massive float. half a
I mean,
billion in the float.
yeah, that's why it's hard for me to get behind something like that, because it's tied to a news narrative. So it's moving with the entire sector. So it's like, well, you could buy this one, sure, but is it really going to move anything more than buying, MJ or MOSOS or whatever it is? MSOS. You know what I mean? So and how many shares of this do you got to take now at $1 to get a nice percentage move? And we all know what stocks can do when they move against you. So all of a sudden you take a lofty position in this, it moves against you, and it's going to be a lofty loss, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, there was a reason it was a 30-cent stock for quite a while. I mean, there is a reason, and yes, I get it that all the hysteria right now in your country, regarding the I don't even know how to phrase it, the legalization. I really don't even know how to phrase it anymore.
Same. Yeah, it's just
anyway. There it is. I mean, can't dispute it. There, guys in the room have been talking to me about this at the 50-cent level, and Barry, buy it. I just couldn't do it.
Yeah. The same thing here. It's like, that's why, like, when someone, I always feel bad when someone asks me about a stock. It's like, not for me, but that doesn't mean I don't do it. I look at all the time Andy talking about these bottom fishings that he's going for, and I'm like, man, I wish I had those kind of guts. I just don't. And I see him, he takes his losses too, like anybody else, but he does well on a number of them. And I just can't. That's all. I just can't do. I can't buy stocks in a downtrend.
That's part of your trading plan. Part of my trading plan also. Well, within reason. I mean,
yes.
But yeah, it's part of your trading plan. And that
difference between a downtrend and a pullback, and of course that's subjective. What to pull back to me is a downtrend to someone else, and vice versa, and all those things like that. So,
yeah.
But the last thing, I try not to marry stocks, right? But I just can't help but keep watching this Palantir. And is AI over? And if an AI goes on a run again, what's the big name? And it's had that downgrade a week or two ago or whatever it was, and it really didn't take it out because it already sold off some. Then the downgrade comes out. It didn't sell off more. It's held up well in the chop of the market recently. I just can't help but watch if it can get back over this. I'm thinking swing trading wise, get back over that 16 level again.
Right.
I'm likely in for a swing trade again.
Well, I can't remember who it was. It was a fairly big analyst, though. I mean, I don't know if it was Morgan Stanley or JP Morgan, but I think it was a fairly big one. But, it was amusing because I think it must have been July the 28th, 29th, or 30th, calling it the Messi of AI. Okay. The Messi of AI. And that's what really started to move it again. I think it was either JP Morgan or Morgan Stanley or some fairly big analyst. Again, does it mean anything? I don't know.
Yeah.
Look at Tesla today. I mean, Morgan Stanley putting a $400 price tag on it with Tesla, and $550 if you want to be bullish. According to Morgan Stanley. But a 400 if you want to be conservative.
Absolutely.
And it's obviously it's worked today for
30 some odd percent movement, of course, right?
And look at in a billion, how many billions in the float? I mean, that's amazing. That's the thing. You don't often see that, do you?
No, certainly not. But that's the beauty of being an analyst when you got bags to pump.
Yep. All right, my friend, I'll let you go. And thanks for your stint again. We'll see you next next Monday, I guess.
All righty, my friend. I will see you next Monday, and I'll see you on the in-betweens.
Okay.
Take care, everyone. Thanks a lot. Bye-bye.
All right, guys. I am now back in. Now, I've been keeping my eye on this PRME. I mean, I don't like it because it's got the room. It's a daily reversal. I had the down day on Friday, a reversal day today. It's got some room when you look at the daily chart. 1346 is the next high, but will it keep moving? I mean, it's made a pretty good move. 11%, 34 million in the float. I was talking to Chris about Mama. I mean, Mama Mama has made, a little bit of a move here. Now maybe that topping tail is it. I don't know. So there's the prime starting to, move a little bit again. I actually looked again at trying to maybe short OFC. It looked to me, it looked really interesting when it was doing this. Just maybe going to inch its way down. Obviously has some room down to about the 24.48 level, but it just doesn't seem to want to really give it up. Every time you get this little green in here, you think, okay, is it going to pop back up to 25? Yeah, XLE certainly was up in the pre-market, and but XLE, as an energy play, energy sector, it has been kind of drifting down. So, on a day like today, I just kind of reduce my risk. I mean, I just don't have any trust in anything following through of the stuff that I watch. I'm not saying there's nothing that's moving. Of course there is, but in the stuff that I watch. So what I tend to do is just taking wider stops, reduce my risk. Well, the risk amount will be the same, but taking wider stops and not really expecting too much. It's just a day. I don't try to can't manufacture things. Have I seen origin? Yeah, so you see, I don't see these things, Michael Anthony, because the relative volume is too low. Okay, yeah, I mean it's 0.53, so it's not. I see what you're looking at. It's trying to come back, sure, but it'll never ever be anything I'm going to see because the relative volume. Remember, I'm more of a day. Well, not more. I'm intraday trader. You are more of a, something looking maybe to swing trade. Yeah, I mean this one. What is the high right there? 185. So I mean, it's got some room. But, for me as an intraday trader, I'm just not interested. All right, guys, I think I'll do a video. I will do a video today. So I'm going to put myself, and I'll be a pretty quick video. I'll do a very quick one. Teen or so should be back by no later than. Usually I'm earlier, but I always like to give myself 10 minutes just in case there's some technical issues. So I'm muting myself now. All right, guys, I'm back. Yeah, I do see. I saw Riven earlier, RIVN. I did see it here. I think it's looking a lot. Yeah, right here. That you're talking about that little breakout, on the daily chart. So that I mean the next high is 25.74. I just can't. I saw my first Rivian, I guess, well, maybe a week and a half ago in Vancouver. Um, Certainly not impressive looks wise, okay, in my opinion. But it's the first one I've seen. But look, it is starting to break out of here on that daily chart. And there is room, 25.82. Okay, mama. Michael Anthony, Trader 77 answered you above. Okay, XLY, XLC, XLP in that order. Okay, in terms of sectors. All right. Well, OB, okay. ULBI, kind of interesting, maybe. It's a 3-week high now. 2-year high, 2-year high for OB, ULBI. But the overall volume is putrid. So when I see something like this coming in for the first time, and I look at that volume, I think, well, I mean, the relative volume's fine. It's a low float, but there's just not a lot of absolute volume. So I just sort of shy away from it. It must be that's a bad one, William. A very bad one. All right, here's one that's broken down through the whole number. CVGW, and no, not quite a lifetime low. So the Lex low, it's got room. I mean, it's got room. I mean, I'd love to take the Calavo Growers. That's right. I remember seeing this one on Friday, just having a terrible day. Was it an earnings play? Well, there is SN. I wonder if I should take this now. 4017, 4024 bid ask. I'm more interested in this Calavo though. Is there an economic calendar feature in trade ideas? I'm going to say no. No, there isn't. But there are so many out there, Randall. But no, do we have something from within trade ideas? No. All right, Prime, PRME. I wonder if you're going to do anything. Yeah, there are just certain things that we're just not probably going to do, though, Randall. Okay, Prime, maybe. People ask for level 2 all the time, and I mean, obviously, if you have a broker, they have level two, and so I don't think we're going to load up our servers with a lot of things that most people already have. And because you have to have a broker to trade, you have to be looking at your broker's platform anyway, and they've got level two staring at you. That's my opinion anyway. The other thing is that if you look at a more or less official economic calendar, a lot of times they'll have other notes in there, and if you so you can see a little more in depth if something is of interest to you. But we're just not ever going to do that. All right. 2 or 3 minutes. I have to check on something, okay? With my little dog. So just give me about 2 or 3 minutes. All right, guys, I'm back. Well, Randall, as far as are you trying to be an intraday trader? Because as far as an economic calendar is concerned, I mean, really the only thing, I mean, a lot of things happen before the market opens. 8:30, sometimes, and I think 8:30 on once a week. You get some consumer price index, things like that. That's before the market opens. I think at 10:30 on Wednesdays and Thursdays, you get some kind of energy, natural gas and oil. The only other one to really pay attention to, I guess, is FOMC day, whenever that is. So, so unless you're prepared to do that pre-market, probably not going to see too. I don't know how. I don't know if it's really going to make that much of a difference. Mike C, Mr. Mike C. Good morning or afternoon, I guess now. No, still morning for me. So there you go. Wednesdays are CPI day, but that happens pre-market. 8:30, I believe, at 8:30 Eastern time. That's when that data is released. So unless you're sitting there, watching, but even if you are, what are you going to do with it? Seriously, you'll see a market reaction usually, but that's about it. Mama Mia, yeah, look at Mama Go, guys. MAMA. That's actually his earnings tomorrow after the market closes, I believe. Now, here's a cheap cannabis play, another cannabis play, SNDL. It has just been on fire, of course. Not as much on fire and it's interesting because it has a much lower float, about half the float of CGC. But this has come from $1.40 to 2. I mean, still nothing to sneeze at, but still nothing like CGC. Here it goes, though, guys. Sundial, SNDL. It's like trying to play a little bit of catch up. Next high looking left on the weekly chart looks like it's right there, 234. Yeah, 234 is the next high looking left for SNDL on the weekly chart. Another cheap one, guys. Another cheap cannabis play, I think. Yes, of course it is. VFF, another cheap cannabis play, Canadian. Next high looking left looks like about 111 on the weekly chart. Meanwhile, little AI play getting beaten up a little bit. Look at this one getting beaten up. CXAI. Some shares available, but not too interested right now. The next low looking left on the weekly is 126. Man, that has just been look at beaten up today though. 27% down. No answer for that, Chang. It just happens. I mean, I mean, I can't give you a technical reason. It happens to me also. I just have to click again. So there's nothing you can do about it. And, I don't know if there's like a fix as such. Luckily, it doesn't happen that often. Well, ENVX above 15 again. I don't know. I'd love to take this one, and hold it. I really would. I mean, I love the fact that you have some room looking left on the daily, and it's got that Cantor Fitzgerald price target. Are you asking me, will the market go higher to CPI? I have no idea. I mean, it depends what the report says. I certainly am not going to, first of all, it'll happen at 8:30 Eastern time. So if you're up at that time, just have a spy candle up and you'll see the reaction. But ahead of time, I don't know if it's going to be a report the market's going to like or not. See, this one keeps making a new low now. RTX, this was, reasonably good in terms of a trend, but even this one, some bottoming tails and some, bottoming tails and topping tails even on this one. We don't have dark pool. All these questions, you guys. I hate to always say, no, we don't. No, we don't. But we don't have dark pool. Look at Spirit Airlines. Now this one? I wish I'd seen this one right about here. My guess is that the relative volume is only now picking up. Well, I mean, I guess, those sort of things, not that that should matter. I mean, if we had dark pool data, great. I wouldn't be using it, but it just doesn't interest me. I just find you can get really nailed by information overload. Okay. And I'm the very simple style. I did not see. Well, actually, I saw somebody post something like that, I think in the room, but I just didn't, I mean, I remember seeing JetBlue and Save posted in the room, but I didn't read through the context of it. I guess I should have. Well, let's see. 200 moving average for Save is 1787, getting closer. So, William, what's on your schedule today? Are you going to go to 4, or do you have to leave early? What's up with you? Was that was that the last part of no, the O? Oh, I see. Oracle. Okay. All right. So yeah, just for those who are new into the room, I usually take off around 3 o'clock. I'll stick around Eastern time, and I'll stick around if there's some questions. If not, I usually I wrap my portion up, and William will keep the room open. There will be no share screening or screen sharing, and I won't be on the mic. But William will keep the room open, the main room, not YouTube. I'll give the main room link into those of you on YouTube who want to still talk about stocks until 4. Yeah, I saw you or read you guys were talking about Dell when I was on my break, and it's funny. I've got 2 Dell laptops. One thing I can say about Dell, yeah, I mean it's still is that awesome build quality. Anyway, at least I think it is awesome build quality. I guess that's what you pay for, I guess. And Dell, yeah, an all-time high, still all-time high. Hit an all-time high a few days ago, and of course it keeps building on that. A few days ago, had earnings, and yeah. Yes, Michael, the ETF for cannabis is MSOS. There's also, I think it trades more than MJ. Let me just do a quick look. MJ, 5.4 million. West is, meanwhile, look at the market. Big market surge now. Everything's positive. NASDAQ's up, Dow's up, SPY's up. Take a look at energy. Let's see if it's had a bit of a rebound. It was in a bit of a downtrend. No, it still really hasn't bounced. Still kind of in a downtrend. Tesla, yeah, Tesla, sorry. Tesla continues to make new highs. You can either look at Tesla or TSLL. RTX keeps making new lows, guys. RTX did have some news, some negative news about it. This is not a cannabis play at all, is it? I mean, I'm looking right here. Is this a cannabis play? It almost looks like it was or is THTX. I'm looking what it does. It doesn't seem to be, but you never know. And that's the THTX. It's not. Thank you, Ori. It's not. Okay. Didn't think it was because I recall looking at the profile last week. It's just having a tremendous run. Okay, guys, I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Well, I mean, it's got room. CVGW definitely has room. Looking left on the weekly chart, 22.96, say let's call it 23, has $3.50 till that next low for CVGW. I mean, it's had a pretty bleak. I remember now, had earnings on the 6th. It actually popped up, sold off. Friday just really sold off, down through the 200-day. And there certainly are enough shorts available, 742,000 at Interactive Brokers for CVGW. Okay, guys, here we go again. Halted on the way up or halted on the way down? RCLF. All right, halted on the way up. Again, crazy one from last week. RCLF. Don't look for a reason. There's no reason other than somewhere, some group or some letter that said, let's buy it now. RCLF, not very much volume though. Look at that, but the volume will pick up now that it's hit a lot of scanners. All right, where is something maybe interesting? 2740, 2740. So it's well below the VWAP. I'm talking about CVGW, well below the VWAP. You know, I remember when this one went public, this BCYC, and there were some huge names behind it. Huge names. I think like Goldman Sachs, and it went public unless they'd done a reverse split because I don't ever remember it being up to 60. It might have been. Yeah, this is the price I remember. Yeah, so this, no, I guess it did get up to $60 then. And it just for months, 3 months, 4 months, 5 months, 6 months, really a year, it didn't do anything. But I remember looking at this one when it went public and thinking, man, there's some huge names behind it. And I'm talking about the bicycle BCYC. But since then, look at this. I mean, wow. No idea what they do. I mean, I know it's a bio, but I don't know. What are they trying to do? Oh, okay. So it is named Bicycle because, ever heard of this before? A novel class of medicines, what the company refers to as bicycles. Sava? So I think it had, I don't know, some kind of news announced the publication of research. Ah, see, this is boy, what a story this is, of course, ongoing. Look at this. So where was this published? Where was this published? That's the whole idea. There has been all sorts of controversy about these guys. So announces publication of research that confirms, okay, but where was this published? Journal of Medicine, like where? Announces a science publication. Yeah, so I mean, with caution, guys, I don't know where they have published this, where they're citing. I don't know if this is the researchers at Cochin Institute in Paris. Oh, okay. Special issue of the International Journal of Molecular Sciences, a peer-reviewed scientific publication. Well, okay, William, your mission is how credible are these guys? The International Journal of Molecular Sciences. That's one you cannot do. Okay. Well, we know that. We know that, drawer. That's why I'm wondering how credible is this journal of molecular, whatever I said. Okay, seriously. Ah, on target initiated by Jones, $20. All right. Yeah, I was in a trading room at Perfect Circle. Yeah, obviously pre-trade ideas, but yes. I really can't remember if it got halted the day of. It certainly was halted for 3 days afterwards, but I cannot remember if it was halted right at the time. I can't remember. Talking about 9/11. So Bing says that it's a reputable journal published by the MDPI. All right. All right. NOMD. This is showing up late in my 10-day daily breakdown. Let me get to a weekly chart. See if there's anything that, see, the next low looking left is 1529. So there's Nomad, kind of interesting. NOMD. Oh, I will hold something every now and then overnight, but never months. No. Question in our YouTube room: do I ever hold anything overnight or even months? Never months. No. Sometimes overnight, but rarely. Well, the Sava is just sort of stalled here then. Boy, this save, that's my fault for not, I should have read that a lot more closely when I do recall you guys talking about it in the room regarding save and JetBlue. Now, save coming right into the 200-day moving average. Will that be enough to stall it? I mean, this is just gone parabolic. So will that be enough to stall it? 1787 is the 200-day moving average for save. Spirit Airlines. You know, it's funny. They're not. Oh, wait a minute. Wrong symbol. Lots of shares available. 4.66 million at Interactive Brokers. So this is widely available, I'm sure. Next high looking left. Never. Well, that 200-day could be the thing that really stops it for a while. Anyway, I mean that is very. What a great move. 3350. Well, yeah. So again, I mean, it looks so obvious. If I mean, JetBlue agrees to pay 3350 and the price is at 17, basically half. So why wouldn't you just buy this and just hold on for that 3350, right? Because it may not happen. Remember Manulife got not Manulife, Manu, Manchester United. That was a done deal. Yeah, well, listen, it could happen, obviously, but that's an amazing figure considering the prices. Well, started today at 15. So with that one, Doctor Aura, I know it's Drora, but I would need an interpreter. So that is that good? There was so premature. Exactly. Yeah, real. William, it's a regulatory risk with this one. Will they allow it to go through? I mean, right now, there you go. Save right at that 200-day moving average, guys. 1787, 1787 is right at that 200-day moving average. Ah, so tempting to short this. Put a stop at the whole number and see what happens. The next high looking left is 1824. If it truly gets through this 200-day. All right, guys, 203. So I'm sure I'm not going to be more than an hour, and William can keep the room up until 4. There's some ugly. Look at how ugly this weekly chart is for GPRK. Well, just so ugly. Topping tails, bottoming tails. Look at the daily. What a mess. Ah, you know what? Forgot to keep an eye on SN. What is the spread? 40, 34, 40, 42. So yeah, I traded this one earlier. Not much gain, but waiting on that 40 break. You guys heard me talking about that. It did break. Of course, the next high looking left on the weekly, and then we put a 67 $768 price target on them. Jeffries, $67 price target. Okay, thanks for the research, Aurora. All right, well, ENVX is kind of back to where I'm interested again. Hmm. But it's been, I mean, okay, the trend is up, but I don't like that big pullback. But the trend is up. Trade of the week. It is definitely triggered. 1480 was the trigger. Plenty of time to do it if you wanted to. Several times if you wanted to. Okay, guys. Again, I'm just sort of watching the prime. Mama's not doing it for me. I was hoping it would hang around that 465 area. How did this RCLF? What happened once it released? No, it's still okay. Do I own Bitcoin? Well, Chang, are you prepared for the answer? YouTube room. Are you really prepared for the answer? Because you know what the answer is. I won't even say it. I'll let you type it in because you know what the answer is. Why did I heard TT or something, TT. Oh, okay. Super expensive, but okay. All-time high. TT, all-time high now. No, not in this case, Chang. Never have I ever bought Bitcoin. or any of the other alternate coins. Yeah, no, yeah, no ape NFTs, no. Hey, that doesn't mean we haven't bought junk. Okay, a lot of junky stocks that we buy. Believe me, just try to take advantage of price jumps and all that. But yeah, right. Well, you know what, Jamie, Trade Ideas, he got involved with Bitcoin really early himself and was did mining or whatever the heck before it became too expensive. I don't think I'm telling any stories that he hasn't told already. So that's why when you hear Jamie on his Wednesday sessions, that's why he's so laid back. He hasn't got a care in the world. Well, regardless of whether DOJ is going to challenge the deal or not, I mean, that 200-day moving average, 1787, appears to have stalled it somewhat. Ah, remember this one, guys, UPT, UPTD. I wonder if this one will get going now. UPTD, no, not very much volume. This was like, again, a couple of weeks ago, week and a half ago, I guess, or what day was this? This was on August, or sorry, yeah, September 1st. Got up to $33 UPTD. Okay, guys, 213. So bear with me. One last look at my homepage. Hopefully tomorrow, for me anyway, will be a lot more exciting. Michael Anthony, you will drive yourself crazy. I see your question all the time. I don't understand why this is happening. Because you think some kind of a dividend or buyback or whatever. You know what? You'll drive yourself crazy trying to figure it out. Market doesn't lie. All right, you click on my homepage link. This is what you'll find. Promo code to get 15% off that first month only. If you do want to take out an annual, I can give you a 25% promo. Just have to let me know. To getting started, you must do it. Take you about 30 minutes to go through the 10 short videos. Trading 101. If you're new to trading, this is a free course for you. I do a stock of the day video. That's free, of course. Trade of the week, which be interesting to see what it does for the balance of the week. It has triggered. ENVX is the trade of the week. The trigger point was 1480. Big education section is here, and then my scans. So if you're looking for my scans and you click on my homepage link, just scroll down a bit until you see the scan section. These are the scans that I'm sharing. Some of the ones that you see, sorry, some of the ones here I'm not displaying. Some of them are on my other monitors. Don't have them all up and running, but anyway, these are the scans that I'm sharing. And as always, if you do want to take out a subscription, please use my promo code, save my homepage link, use my promo code, helps the room a lot, keeps the room free. And if you save my homepage link, then of course you can take a look at my scans anytime. I do change them up from time to time, and the big education section. Well, you know what? I almost shorted that CVGW, but I didn't. Now it's popped a bit. I should maybe pull a few Costanza trades. Just do the opposite what I think for a while. Well, guys, Nomad continues to make its way down. Penny by penny, it's showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown. A little too late for me though, and it has some room down to 15 on the weekly chart, 1521 or so. Just too late for me to do anything on this. All right, Smart Rent. It'll take appropriate steps to protect its shareholders, stockholders, shareholders. I guess this was one that was hit by one of those short sellers, Granite Ridge Resources. No, sorry. Issues a response to inaccurate short seller report. Who was the short seller? Trying to read who that short seller was, which one. They probably, yeah, they're wise not to even refer to them. Yeah, I mean, I did my video today. Actually, it was on TSLL, but yeah, I mean, this has just been just what a move. 15%, and Tesla is not up 15, it's a little bit less. Yeah, so you can see exactly, guys. There's the 1.5. 1.5 times. Where are you? I'm sorry. So Tesla's up 10% and TS is up 15%. You can do the math. 1.5 times 10% is 15%. So this gives you a little bit more exposure when Tesla moves. But of course, if Tesla drops, it'll drop a little bit more. And then if you're thinking that Tesla is oversold or overbought now, telling anybody to do it, but this is the inverse of TSLS. Oops. So if you thought Tesla was, getting a little overextended on the upside, and you wanted to short it, you could buy this. Obviously, right now that would be the losing proposition, but it's interesting. There's more room underneath, I think, for TSLS. So if you were actually going to short this, you could short it, I suppose, but um, because there's about $1 underneath. But if you look at TSLL and you look left, see there's a little bit more resistance. Now the other one, TSLS is not 1.5 times. It's just a one time. But 1823, there's a big level on this TSLL, and then the next would be 19. So this will be super interesting tomorrow. Because if this stalls it, then you might want to take a look at TSLS and buy it if this gets stalled in that area. Well, there's only been one little blip, with Tesla. I mean, a very, very minor pullback, very minor, right here at 12:30, and then it basically at 12:45 that stopped, and then it continued. So, about a half an hour of just little bit of weakness, but not much. Oh, I mean, there's no question. I mean, it's a tremendous move. 10% for Tesla with, over what, 2 billion in the float. That is a huge, huge, huge move with that sort of a float. Novavax, okay. You're going to take a look at Novavax for an overnight hold. Wow. All right. Well, I guess my guess is that you won't hold it if it takes out 8 though, right? So Cron, of course, is a cannabis play. Cron, another cannabis play. CRON. Now this one looks like it's got to stall around 250. Looking at that weekly chart, a lot of shares available too to short. 3.85 million at Interactive Brokers for CRON. All right, guys. Again, it's a little too late for me, but there's a Nomad, NOMD now taking out 16. Just too late for me to really act on it. 1529 is the next low. Looking left on the weekly chart. It wouldn't be too late if it had based a little bit at 16, okay? But this has been straight down. And this is NOMD that I'm talking about. Excuse me. Oh, ugly, ugly, ugly looking chart, guys. MCI, the weekly chart, topping tails, bottoming tails. Don't know, I have to click on the alert. I don't know what I'm going to see until, of course, I click on the alert and then on the alert. I don't, that ENVX, and I'm just going to hold off. I'm definitely holding off. It just, tomorrow, let's see what happens. If it really takes out 15 tomorrow, energy has been a little bit weak though from the outset. Yeah, I mean, look at energy. I mean, it's, in fact, I haven't done this for a while. Let's take a look, file, oops, new channel bar, and then change from the open. This will be, remember now, when we looked at everything this morning, everything was up, every single, yeah, so look at the huge difference. Change from the open now. Remember, when we looked at all these major sectors this morning, everything was super positive, based on Friday's close. But now this is based on the open. So what are these stocks done since the opening trade? Look at XLE Energy. I mean, there's only one, it looks like, maybe VLO. That's still, yeah, only VLO is the only one that is above the open. VLO. Everything else is below the opening price. Remember, technology, or I think communications is still strong. Communications, 100% of the stocks were up from Friday's close. 85% of them are still up from the open today. A lot of that, of course, is Disney. But look at tech. I think when we looked, I think about 90% of them were up from Friday's close. Now, 76% are down from the open. So you can see that there's been quite a change. Doesn't mean these stocks are down for the day, but they're down from their open. But the big change is energy. And, look what happened. I mean, energy was nice. Market opens and it's just been drifting down. So more than likely, if you were trying to play an energy play today, you probably, unless it had very specific news for itself, probably didn't do very well. All right, guys. Well, again, I'm shutting down probably about less than half an hour. So if you have any questions, good time to ask now. Is it hard to set up our screens like yours? Nope. I mean, I'm sharing this one. You have normal option activity. So when you say, is it hard? I mean, if I have you, do you have any? No, I mean, these are just, do you have any of my scans loaded on your system right now? Okay, so the answer is really no. I mean, it's not hard at all. These are the only two scans that you see. Okay, there's just two scans. These two windows I call more information. Okay, there's a single stock window that has a lot of information that I like to see. It's customizable, but this is just the information I like to see. Some of you might want to see more financial data in here, which you can do. And then this is, again, I call this one more information than anything. The two scans, there's only two scans. So it's really simple because this is what happens. Let me just show you. So let's just say you became a subscriber. Okay, so I give you so you would click on my homepage link and you'll be brought to this page. And then here are the scans that I am currently sharing. Now, the only two that you see are the abnormal option activity. Here, let me click on this. So there it is, abnormal option activity and momentum, Momo. I have other scans that I'm sharing, but these are the ones that you actually see on your screen. So let's just say, for argument's sake, you wanted this one, or the momentum scan. You wanted this scan. So you would go, so once you're a subscriber and you click on my homepage and go into the scan section, right underneath Momo it says open scan. You just click on it. Okay, and there is the link right there. And you just highlight it. Okay, and copy it, Control C. Now it's copied. And then File, Load from Cloud, because basically what you've done is it's in the cloud. Now you want to load it from the cloud. File, Load from Cloud. And if you can see, this is the same string right there as the one that's here. And it gets automatically loaded into that box. And then you just click Load and done. You're done. Now, I'm not expecting you to remember all these steps, but I mean, it really, it's not that, really isn't that many steps, but that's how you can take my scan, put it right on in your system, and you can, take the scans that you want. And then you can add some charts. I mean, these are the charts that I like, 15 and daily and a weekly, but you maybe want a 5-minute chart, a 2-minute chart, a daily, a weekly, a monthly. I mean, that's up to you, really. The SPY is just something I like to see. It gives me an idea of what's happening with the overall market. And where are you guys? So many tabs open. Where are you? There you are. But yeah, I mean, it's really, I mean, that's a beautiful thing really about Trade Ideas is that I can, others, but, mainly myself, of course, I'm sort of perfectly willing to share my scans. And you saw really how easy it is to do. Click on my link, the tab will show up, or the string will show up in a new tab. You copy it and then File, Load from Cloud. That's it. You just do that for as many scans as you want from me. So Max, you're not a subscriber yet? Is that what you mean? You're not a subscriber yet? Because when you say you're going to try tonight, obviously, oh, you are. Okay. Well, you saw what I did. Now, a lot of this is in the guide, of course, copying links and all that, but try it right now. Just try it right now while I'm here. Okay. And if you have a problem, I can help. I mean, there's nothing, it's really not that, just click on my homepage link right above. Hopefully you can see my screen. Just click on it. Scroll down to the scan section right here. Click here and then pick a scan you want. I mean, and just try it. If it doesn't work, let me know. And I'm positive I can walk you through it. Once you do it one time, then, it's just repeatable for the ones that you want. Again, just click on the link where it says open scan. Click on it. New tab will open. There it is right there. There's a string. Just copy it, highlight it. Just dragging and copy it. Now it's all highlighted. Control C. So now this is copied. And then from the toolbar, File, Load from Cloud. And there it is. Presto, right there. Right in that box, and then just load. When you load it, see, there it is. It showed up on one of my other monitors, but there it is. And then you just have to do that for the ones you want, from me anyway. Then the only thing is once you have it on your screen, you have to save your work. Okay, so in essence, what you've done is you've taken it out of my cloud, put it on your system. Okay, but now you have to save your work. And you can do it like this, file. So if you have, what I might do is you might want to create some charts. But even if you didn't want to do that, all you have to do is file. You have two options. File, save layout. That'll save it to your computer, okay, to your computer. You give it a name, call it Max's first layout, okay? But I would also do this, file, save or share to cloud. Okay, and the reason you do this also, what I do is I save each individual scan to the cloud. And then I also save my entire layout to the cloud. So to save a scan to the cloud, let's just say you loaded my momentum scan and you wanted to save it to the cloud, you just right click, whoops. You just right click, save or share to cloud, save it. Now it's in your cloud, okay? And then if it came to the entire layout, maybe you've got some other things that you want to save as your layout. Then you just file, save or share to cloud. And notice it says entire layout. You probably click on that, give it a name, and save it. So now your layout is saved to the cloud. Individual scans are saved to the cloud. So if anything happened to your computer, it's all in the cloud. You can have Trade Ideas on as many different devices as you want. You can only have Trade Ideas open one device at a time. But let's just say you went out and bought a laptop and you want to have it on your I want Trade Ideas on that laptop. You just have to download the program, and then once your program is downloaded, then you just file load from cloud, and you can this is all file types. You can click on layouts, and here are all the layouts. And just click on. More than likely, you just started out. There will only be one layout. Well, there's the CGC, just keeps making new high after new high. This is not shortable for me, and they've yanked all the shorts from Interactive Brokers anyway. Through the 200, well, right at that 200-day moving average. So shares are trading higher following the company's presentation at the Morgan Stanley 21st Annual Global Healthcare Conference 2023. And the board now, trying to take advantage of their good fortune, please vote for us. Put us back in. Vote for all the proposal and for each director nominee. They don't want a succession episode. I guess fuel cell was an earnings play today, guys. I don't think it really did much. Yeah. FCEL. All right, guys, I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Well, Tesla's still making new highs, guys. At TSLL, still making new highs. It's amazing. My thumbnail charts you cannot see. There's just no movement. And these are other than the Tesla, the TSLL. And these are stocks that usually, they're there because they had some excitement in the morning, but they've just completely and utterly tailed off. Do I remember them? No. I don't remember them, Ori, but I'm sure you probably put it in the room. So let's take a look at NET. Mm-hmm. Nice. I keep thinking that this prime is going to just break out somehow, but it just is pretty stubborn. PRME. It's pretty stubborn. Well, Chang, that's why you can go into the other room and you can talk about all the nice things you want to do during Power Hour. Okay, here's the link to get into the other room. It'll be open till 4. I'm going to say no, Chang. Not true. See, on a day like today, for me, I'm just so I'm worn out because of the inactivity. I mean, and most of the things I look at, when it's an exciting day, I could probably, I could stay all night if it's an exciting day. But I'm just sort of worn out because I'm mentally drained. There's nothing for me, the type of stuff that I like. Nothing really panned out. All right, guys. You know what? I think I will just take off right now. I'll let William guide you guys into the close. He says he'll be open, maybe even a little after 4. I mean, you're right. I just have a tough time with these cannabis plays. But hey, I've missed the boat completely. You know, I've just completely, I've seen this before. You know, you get some good news out of your government and then collapse. So not this time, not yet anyway. So yeah, William says he'll stay around till 4, and I think he said even maybe a little bit after. Oracle, I think, has earnings after hours. Is that what he said? Oracle. Yeah, so Oracle has earnings after hours. Big name company, of course. So he may stick around for that. Otherwise, yeah, I mean it's 2:56, so I think I'll head off right now. So thanks guys for all the help, and we'll see you guys tomorrow. And YouTubers, I mean, I put the main room link in. Okay, so you can head over there. I do have to shut you guys down though.